Uh, Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, I think Arampon sir has joined, na? Hello. Pan sir, good morning. This is Mrinal here.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hear me? Audible?
सुनाई नहीं दे रहा.
Not good. Hello.
Sorry, we cannot hear you, sir.
Yes, Mrinal. Hello. Hello. Good morning. It's not clear, sir.
Audible? Network is. Hello. Am I audible?
Voice is breaking.
Network is very good. Voice is breaking. शुरू करता हूँ. सागरिका मैम, आप शुरू करते जाइए. Yes, sir. Sir, am I audible? Not hear you, sir. Hello. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Network is very. Yes, sir. Voice is breaking. Yes, sir. अच्छा, विजय. Sir, am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay, sir. Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, sir, very clearly. It's very
Okay.
clear.
Hello, am I audible? Or Vice Chancellor sir has joined. Yeah.
We start, sir?
Yes, yes. I think sir, we can go ahead.
A very good morning to all present today. I am Dr. Sagarika, Assistant Professor of English under the Faculty of Humanities and Social Science, Assam Downtown University. I, on behalf of the university, welcome you all for this international conference on post-COVID challenges and rural development in South Asia, organized by the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences of Assam Downtown University, Guwahati, in collaboration with Bangladesh Academy for Rural Development and National Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, Northeast Regional Center, Guwahati, Assam. At the very outset, I would like to welcome all the dignitaries and the speakers and all the participants present in today's conference. To start with, today we have amongst us our Honorable Chief Patron, Chancellor of Assam Downtown University, Dr. N.N. Datta Sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Dr. N.C. Talukdar. We have amongst us Dean of Studies of Assam Downtown University, Professor Bandana Datta, Head of the Department of Humanities and Social Science, Professor Lanu Devi, ma'am. Then we have amongst us the Chief Convener of the conference, Dr. Minal Kanti Dev. And now I take the privilege of welcoming our honored speakers. We have Professor R.M. Pant, Director of NIRDP Panchayati Raj. Then we also have Mr. Abdullah Al Mamun, Director of Agriculture and Environment, BARD of Bangladesh. We have amongst us Dr. M.K. Srivastav of NIRD. Then we also have amongst us Dr. Shishir Kumar Munsi, Joint Director of BARD, Bangladesh. I welcome you all, sir, and all the speakers and participants. Let us go ahead and have a very fruitful experience today on this international conference on post-COVID challenges and rural development in South Asia. Let us begin this auspicious day with Bandana that is going to be presented by my colleague, Manisha Das.
Good morning, everyone. Presented by my name is I will be starting with the Ya kundendu tusharahara dhara Ya shubravastra pruta Ya वरदन्दमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करा प्रकृतिः देवतावन्दिता पातु सरस्वती भगवते निशेषजाताः शुभनं ब्रह्मा विक्रमः Vena Pushtarini Abhayada Jagdadhara Paham हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधति पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदा शास्त्रदाम्. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anisha Das has presented a very soothing Saraswati Bandana to start the program. Now I would like to welcome the chairperson of today's conference and HOD of Humanities and Social Science, Professor Lano Devi, to present the welcome speech.
Thank you, Hagarika. And I am indeed very happy to be a part of this beautiful gathering. And I am indeed very happy to tell you the truth and to speak in front of such a distinguished gathering. First of all, I'd like to offer my sincere gratitude to all the invited guests, to the distinguished personalities, the students, and other guests present here. And today, in the morning, looking into the theme of the seminar, I just penned down some viewpoints I had in my mind, and I would like to present before you those viewpoints. And if I am wrong, please correct me. These are my viewpoints which came to my mind, and I would definitely like to present before you. The economic and social disorder caused by the pandemic is highly distressing and destructive. This has affected day-to-day life and is slowing down the global economy. The pandemic has had adverse effects on the rural fabric of South Asian countries. In India, the pandemic saw a massive exodus of migrant workers from urban to rural areas due to the suddenly imposed lockdown. Sectors like agriculture took a hit with supply chains being affected due to closing down of local markets, lack of transportation to distant markets, absence of market players such as vendors, aggregators, etc. Incidents of domestic violence increased and mobility of women decreased considerably. The rate of women employment in the informal sector went down drastically due to these factors. Income levels went down and it further affected rural women who form a small portion of the population having access to this income. Now, according to a report released by Hudson Institute think tank, the economic consequences of COVID-19 on South Asia are actually proving to be even greater than the healthcare challenges in the region. All these countries have poor healthcare infrastructure and are home at large number of people having below poverty, living below poverty line, making it an intense uphill battle while tackling healthcare. In India, economy has slowed down drastically and had seen a clamping down of dissent within the country with, quote, India's democratic credentials face challenges, unquote. While Pakistan managed spread of the disease in the beginning, and they were able to control it, people terming it a miracle. The country is facing a rise in infection now. It has also seen a curtailing of the media and economy in crisis, an increasing role in the military. In Bangladesh, it is second most severely hit country, economy also, and the pandemic has worsened income inequality. In India, I feel the migrant workers have faced multiple hardships with factories and workplaces which are shut down due to lockdown imposed in the country. They are facing economic hardship, and they are facing also food shortage and inequality of income. Afghanistan, with the healthcare crisis due to the pandemic, it is also facing continuous attacks by Taliban and ISIS. So, to conclude, I would like to say that South Asian governments should now focus on the development of human capital to stave off the economic and health effects of the pandemic. And I will not take much time because we have many more speakers who will definitely throw light on the effects of pandemic in South Asian countries, and they will definitely speak very highly. They will offer some scholars very academic discussion, important academic discussion, and we are all looking forward to listening to them. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Indeed, that was a very good introduction you have given regarding the post-COVID challenges in India as well as our neighboring countries. Now, I would like to request the conference convener, Dr. Mrinal Kanti Dev, to deliver the conference theme.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
A very good morning to everyone, dignitaries, my colleagues, paper presenters, participants, and our students. We know that the 2019-2020 coronavirus pandemic, which is globally known as COVID-19, has shaken the entire world. Statistics have shown sharp declines in the agriculture, trade, international remittances, tourism, and travel sectors of South Asian countries due to the COVID-19 outbreak. For the first time since the Great Depression, both advanced economies and developing economies are in a recession. The income per capita is projected to shrink in over 170 countries. Advanced economies, emerging markets, and developing economics are all expected to partially recover in 2021. However, developing economies face additional challenges with unprecedented reversals in Capital World 2021. Countries in South Asia are expected to be adversely affected, but the degree of impact is likely to vary among the countries. Growth in South Asia is forecasted to decelerate from 5.1% in 2019 to 4.1% in 2020 and again rebound to 6.0% in 2021. Let me cite two examples. In Bangladesh, the growth rate fell from 8.2% in 2019 to 7.8% this year, that means 2020, as major markets shrunk away from the demand for its first fashion garment exports. In the case of India, remittances to India would fall this year by 9% to $76 billion due to the ongoing coronavirus pandemic and global economic recession. And it is well known that India was consistently over the last 3 years, India was the highest recipient of remittances. And in 2018-19, it was $79 billion, which constitutes 2.8% of the GDP. So the indicator-wise impact of this pandemic on rural economy, South Asian countries. So in our international conference, we have received a total 20 number of research papers across the country, and we are expecting that this online international conference will serve as a platform for discussion and debate among scholars, academicians, and practitioners. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mrinal sir. Coming to the next program, we would like to now listen to the speech of our Chief Patron, our Chancellor Sir, Dr. N.N. Datta.
It gives me immense pleasure that Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Assam Downtown University, in collaboration with Bangladesh Academy for Development, Bangladesh, and National Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati Northeast Regional Center is organizing a 3-day online international conference on post-COVID challenges and rural development in Southeast Asia. I welcome you all to the conference. I wish all the participants and the organizing team a very successful expertise in achieving the objective of dealing with the post-COVID challenges and finding out remedial measures. Hope this program will be a successful one. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. Now we come to the keynote address by Professor R.M. Pant, Director of National Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, Northeast Regional Center, Guwahati, Assam. Sir, I request you to deliver the keynote address. Professor R.M. Pant, sir, are you there in the meeting?
Srivastav, sir.
He's joining. Because here we are not getting a proper, it's a full breaking.
Okay.
So he is joining from mobile, but there was no voice. Again, he's joining through the laptop.
Okay, sir, do one thing. Kindly request Pant sir to quit the meeting and rejoin.
Yes, he's joining. We are not getting even your voice. Breaking and smaller things coming to us.
Yes, sir.
It's very difficult even to listen.
Madam. Madam, have you said something? Oh, अच्छा. Dear participants, we are extremely sorry for the inconvenience. Actually, the network is not good at the end of NIRD. So Professor R.M. Pant is trying to rejoin. So please stay tuned. I think Pant sir has joined. Sir, are you here? Hello. I think Pant sir has joined now.
Dear participants, it seems that Pant sir is finding difficult to join the meeting due to some technical error. So with due permission, I would like to move on to our next program, that is the presidential speech by our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor N.C. Talukdar. I request our Vice Chancellor Sir to deliver the presidential speech.
Namaskar and good morning to you all.
Good morning, sir.
Mr. Abdullah
morning,
Al Mamun, Director of Agriculture and Environment, will give the keynote address after my small or short speech. And the organizers of this particular international conference on digital platform and all other distinguished personalities. I think Honorable Chancellor Sir has left, but good morning to you also, sir, if you are listening to us. And very distinguished participants of this particular conference. I'm extremely happy to know that this has been a collaborative attempt on a very relevant topic to bring as many experts as possible to discuss on this important topic. We have the collaboration, this Humanities and Social Science faculty of this university has collaborated with the Bangladesh Academy of Rural Development and also National Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj. And I am extremely happy to be part of this inaugural session of this international conference. There has been a continuous effort throughout the world to bring out ways and means of escaping the humanity from the difficult time that this COVID-19 during 2020 has imposed. It's a global problem. I think humanity has never faced such a problem that has touched the entire humanity, affected the entire humanity. And there has been efforts in different parts of the world to escape from it. And I believe this is also a small, humble effort by these three institutions of South Asia. I would just, I was going through a report earlier on United Nations report on COVID-19 concerning the Southeast Asia, not South Asia. And I will quote the first sentence of the report preface, which says that the health, economic, and political impact of COVID-19 has been significant across Southeast Asia. Although in this part of the world, virus has not spread as rapidly as in other parts of the world. And this report also shows appreciation of the exemplary response that these countries have shown in fighting or containing the virus. But despite of that, we all know the impact is quite visible. Like in other countries, the pandemic has inflicted real sufferings with a disproportionate impact among the most vulnerable. And it has highlighted the prevailing inequalities and the unsustainability of current development pathways. There are two very significant statements here that the prevailing inequalities, the South Asian countries, or in Southeast Asian countries, inequalities are were visible even before COVID-19. Like economic development compared to other parts of the world in this part was not the way it should have been. The people suffering has always been there. And the developmental path we follow even is not sustainable. In fact, this COVID-19 has made it more like it has made it has highlighted that those inequalities and sustainability. I think most of you will recall last year around April when hundreds and thousands of migrant laborers who to serve or to work in the cities for their livelihood, they had to leave because of this pandemic. I am sure it is vivid in everybody's mind. And the sufferings that we saw only on the TV screen. And we saw that, and those people are not in their sight now. But if you close your eyes and try to see what might have happened to these millions of people who have returned, I do not think that after the pandemic intensity has reduced to some extent, I don't think these people have moved back again to cities for their livelihood. In the first place, they left the rural places, their home places for livelihood, because there was no future, there's no bright future for their economy, for their livelihood. You must, many of you must may also recall that some sectors like fishery, poultry, even cattle farming. I met people who are involved in these enterprises, even from northeast part of India. They had problem because the feed for these different poultry, piggery, the feed comes from the outside the region. Despite of the fact that there is so much of natural resources in all these rural areas, so we do not have technology of a simple technology of preparation of this feed for this poultry, piggery, livestock farming. So what does that mean is that a rural sector, we have not looked the possibilities, the economic activity, how it can happen. Now in the post-COVID, if you talk about the challenges mean those people who have come back from the cities in large number have again trying to settle their lives. We need to have scientific development at equal pace, like or the technique of like or scientific technologies in rural sector. You talk about rural development. Without scientific knowledge, scientific technologies, the rural development can never happen. Now, this particular workshop has been organized by social sciences and humanities faculty. I'm sure all the three organizers are actively involved in rural sector, in social sector. You have an extremely important role to find out the what are the opportunities. You need to go through these rural areas and do a systematic survey, analyze data scientifically, systematically, and based on the findings of the social sector people, scientists, social scientists, the agricultural scientists, or other technocrats will have areas where they can do research for developing technologies to develop the rural sector. I hope next 3 days presentations will deal with some of the issues that came to my mind and I have shared with you. And as I said, there has been a global effort in dealing with the post-pandemic difficulties, bringing peace and prosperity to these people. And as far as Southeast or South Asia is concerned, we all know that the social unrest, insurgency problem, militancy problems are quite significant in this part of the world. And then this kind of economic disparities created by the COVID-19 may exaggerate this perennial problem of the region. So that is why it is very urgent that rural development gets a priority in every sphere of our of the development. Government, social sector, people involved in social sectors give emphasis that we come out of this situation. And there is another issues which perhaps when you like social scientists do survey work in rural areas, will find that this digital technology has helped to some extent the like bring like what has been a problem in the education sector, because universities, academic institutions were closed, but this digital platform helped us to overcome the difficulties. But yet, if you look at the rural schools, rural institutions placed in the rural areas, they show that the digital divide, there's a new term, digital divide, that they have been deprived. They cannot have the network connections well. So I have my personal experience of visiting some rural schools where the entire years there is no class held. So these are issues that is going to be coming, these are going to make the post-COVID-19 situation more challenging, and we need to have appropriate, like in any kind of strategy we make to overcome this problem, must have reflection of this issue too, this digital divide sector. There has to be discovery, there has new technology, cheap hardwares where the rural people can afford. These are also issues to be addressed or thought out as a measure of taking these COVID-19 challenges and bringing economic development of the rural sector, in the rural sector. Thank you very much for providing me this opportunity to share my thoughts. And I take this opportunity again to express my gratitude to all the distinguished speakers who will be speaking next 3 days, and all the delegates who will share their valuable research findings, valuable thoughts. And I hope overall this workshop contributes to the global effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Minalji director sir has joined from my computer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have suggested only, sir, the idea.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. That was indeed very insightful speech that you have made regarding the ongoing pandemic crisis and the challenges that the people of India as well as the South Asia are facing. So now we would like to continue with the keynote address by Honorable Professor R.M. Pant sir, who is the Director of National Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, Northeast Regional Center of Guwahati, Assam. Sir, I request you to deliver the address.
Thank you, Madam. And first of all, apologies for this delay. Somehow something went wrong with my, chambers network, and somehow I'm able to speak to you from Dr. Srivastav's seat. So apologies first, and Honorable Dr. N.N. Dattaji, the Chancellor of Downtown University, Honorable Dr. N.C. Talukdar sir, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Honorable Director Agriculture and Environment BARD, Professor Abdullah Al Mamunji, Dr. Mrinal Dev, Professor Devi, and esteemed delegates. Very good morning to you all. It is indeed a pleasure learning that Department of HSS has taken this initiative to organize this international conference on post-COVID challenges in South Africa, challenges in rural development in South Asia. In fact, COVID was something unprecedented. We never thought of a catastrophe of this kind, a situation of this kind, and it really took away our lot of time. We were under the lockdown for almost 1 year. And besides that, it also created situations that we never even dreamt of. A lot of people lost their job. We saw reverse migration from rural areas to from urban areas to rural areas because people lost their jobs. Economies suffered. In fact, for the first time in past few in recent history, we saw that growth rate was negative in most of the countries. And in this kind of situation, it forced us to think what would be the solution, how we can survive under this kind of situation, and still COVID is not yet over. So we need to think continuously how to minimize the impact of ill impacts of COVID-19, and still we need to be alert. We need to take all precautions. Of course, 1 year we have already seen in this COVID times. But good news is that we have been able to manage it quite well. Be it in Bangladesh or in India, it has been managed quite well, contrary to the belief that Europeans and developed countries had about these countries, our countries, Southeast countries, that once COVID enters these countries, they will become catastrophe, and then millions of people will be losing their lives. But somehow it is managed quite well, and these countries deserve congratulations. People, governments of these countries deserve all those. It is very well managed. We saved life. In fact, retail culture is always people-centric. We always, respect human beings more than material things, and that is what helped us in setting our priorities. We were more concerned about saving lives than saving economy, and that, of course, helped us. Governments directed all their interventions towards saving lives, and that really showed lesson to the world. That showed lesson to the whole world that it's man who's more important than material or materialistic life. But still, a lot of things were there. We had infrastructural problems. We faced logistic problems, and this reverse migration again added a lot of pressure on our limited resources in rural areas. We all know that these countries, India, Bangladesh, we are basically rural economies, and in India, almost 70% people live in villages, and many people. We were observing this trend that many people were leaving villages in search of livelihood options, better livelihood options to cities, and as such, there were no enough economic livelihood options created in rural areas. So people left these villages, and sometimes it is termed as ghost villages concept came into existence. I mean, people left villages, and there were hardly any people in villages, so they left. They settled down in urban areas, but this sudden situation of COVID forced people to come back to villages. That put additional pressure on the local resources, which was not. These villages were not really ready to accept this situation. So that created a big challenge, and still government interventions, government support, enough grains were distributed, food items were distributed, money was given so that people do not starve. At least they have some money to live up to the situation, but this could not have gone forever. So we need to think what can be done now to it's a kind of opportunity in adversity, because once people were leaving, deserting these villages, our resources that our rural sector is bestowed with were not being utilized properly. So contribution from rural sector to GDP was minimal. was very limited. In fact, almost 70% contribution to GDP was going from 30% population that lived in cities. So almost 70% people were contributing very little. Now, because there were no proper ways, proper options to exploit natural resources and other resources that we have in rural areas. So I would say once again that the situation, of course, was bad, but again it has offered some kind of opportunities to utilize resources that are available in rural areas. These people who worked in urban areas for long, they are better skilled. They picked up various skills while working in urban areas, and now they are coming back to their roots, their villages, with better skills, better exposure, and now they are better equipped to utilize resources of their villages or the rural areas. And once this happens, if we are able to utilize their skills, if we are able to utilize those resources that are available in rural areas, I think a balanced development will happen. Development will not happen only in few pockets, few urban pockets, but we will see balanced development. Even rural sectors will develop, and then there would not be any requirement for people to move towards cities. So I see one positive point with this. Secondly, a good governance was seen, and it made people believe that it can happen. It is possible if we have good determination, if we work with full commitment. Even impossible tasks can be achieved. I would like to cite the example of Assam. The way COVID was managed here in Assam, it's a kind of example. It is possible if we have enough determination, if we show enough commitment, things can be managed well. For the first time, people in these countries felt that governance is there in place, and with good governance, anything is possible. So that's another important thing I see in this COVID situation. Third, now we have realized that this kind of thing can happen anytime. Unprecedented situation can happen anytime. So it is better that we create better infrastructure, better facilities right at the doorstep of people, so that people do not have to migrate. Government policies were there for quite some time, like we have urban, rural, where we are trying to promote industries in village clusters, in rural clusters. But somehow these schemes did not get enough impetus, because situation did not force us. But now situation is forcing us to stick to our roots, go back to our roots, and develop some industries. And when I say industries, not necessarily that we go for heavy industries, because heavy industries may not be suitable, especially for eco-sensitive zones. So we can go for the concept that was propagated by Mahatma Gandhi, the Gram Swaraj. The local industries can play a very important role in balanced regional development. Local industries can play a very important role in empowering, empowering the people who really need to be empowered. We do not need to strengthen big industries, because they already have enough resources and they can sustain with their own resources, and they have enough exposure. But what is required is to extend a helping hand to the people who really need government's help. So another good thing I see here now, focus is on rural development, and people at the grassroots level who need help are being helped. Another important thing, Government of India that initiated direct benefit transfers. This really played a very crucial role in managing this situation well. Earlier, lot of pilferage was there. Now we have this DBT, and Government of India launched this Jan Dhan Yojana. People were asked to open accounts, and billions of accounts were opened under this Jan Dhan Yojana, and it proved to be a very timely intervention. In fact, very proactive, I would say. This happened before even COVID situation, but this played a very, very important role in COVID situation. And then government schemes I remember this NREGA budget increased, almost it was doubled. 40 lakhs crores to it went up to 1 lakh crores. So it was a huge jump given by Government of India to this NREGA scheme, and we all know that NREGA helps in creating employment opportunities at grassroots level. It also helped in creating assets at the grassroots level. So this also was a big relief. So government also played a very important role, and it showed us the path that yes, if good governance in there and people who are willing to work, they are ready to accept challenges, things are possible. Many times developing countries like India and Bangladesh, governments are criticized because they think that governments are favoring only few industrialists in order to strengthen the economy. But let me tell you that in last few years, more than 100 unicorn companies have come up, and they have more than 100 billion turnover. So it's not that just few industrialists are being promoted. New startups are coming up, and even at grassroots level, startups are coming up. In NIRD, we have also launched some programs, and we are also going slightly off, out of our mandate. We have also conducted some programs to train homestay operators from Northeast states, and tourism, of course, was one area that suffered a lot during this COVID period. But sooner or later, the situation will improve, and people who are locked inside their houses will definitely come out, and we need to have entrepreneurs at village level who are willing to welcome them. So we are conducting this rural tourism programs for rural population who are willing to start their homestays, and government, we are getting good support from government also. Northeast Council is also helping us in these programs, and we are quite hopeful that people who are getting their training here will set up their homestays and will definitely help in turning around the economy, rural economy. So when these small things can have big impact, and the idea basically is now not to rely completely on government jobs, but to stand up for stand-up programs, to stand up for startup programs. We need to encourage entrepreneurship. We need to encourage our own enterprises, and we need to shift our thinking from job seeker to job providers. And this is the need of the hour. I think COVID was bad, and we would like to delete this period from our memories. It was extremely bad. We would not like to remember this, but at the same time, this has given us some challenges, and this has given us confidence that we can accept the challenges and we can come out with flying colors. And this has, I would like to conclude with the saying that quitters never win and winners never quit, and we emerged as the winners. And I'm sure very soon, I have been saying right from the beginning that we will go for a V-shaped recovery curve, and we are proving to be right on our path. The trajectory of V recovery is now seen. So I wish this conference a great success. I'm sure young scholars are presenting their papers, and India being India and even Bangladesh, these countries are harping on reaping youth dividends, and young scholars are here under the able guidance of people like Talukdar sir and Dr. N. Dattaji. I'm sure we will start afresh, and we will script many more success stories. On this note, I wish this conference a great success, and I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to interact with this enlightened group of people. Once again, I would like to apologize for this kind of inconvenience that I caused to you, kept you waiting. So thank you very much, and wish you all the very best. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. It was indeed very worthy of waiting to listen to you, sir. Your speech was very inspiring, very informative, very insightful. And the way you say that COVID was bad, yes, sir, COVID is really bad. But the way you encourage that we have the spirit to fight it back, and we are fighting it back, sir, definitely. Thank you very much for your encouraging words to the participants here. Sir, with your due permission, I would like to read out a very brief profile of yours, sir, which I should have done at the very beginning. But still, sir, it's not yet late, I hope. So let me introduce Professor Pant, sir. I have already mentioned that he is the Director of National Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj of Northeastern Regional Center. Sir has been associated with teaching since 1986 and has worked in premier institutions like Birla Institute of Technology, Mesra, Birla Institute of Applied Sciences, Pintal, National Institute of Foundry and Forge Technology, Ranchi, and Northeastern Regional Institute of Science and Technology, that is NIRIST, in Nirjuli, Arunachal Pradesh. Sir has published more than 100 research papers in reputed journals, conference proceedings, and he has written many books. He has 6 books which are edited and authored to his credit, and he is also in the editorial board of few national and international journals. Dr. Pant is also associated with many expert committees of Government of India as member. He was a member of the Working Group 3 of Niti Aayog on shifting cultivation towards transformation approach, where he was the lead author. Dr. Pant is Masters in Economics and also Management. He holds PhD degree in Economics and has done an FDP from IIM Ahmedabad. Well, that was a very brief profile that I have read out about sir. It is indeed a great honor for us to have you amongst us, sir. Thank you once again, sir.
Thank you.
So moving on to our next event, I would like to request sir, now I would like to request our next keynote speaker, that is Mr. Abdullah Al Mamun, Director of Agriculture and Environment of Bangladesh Academy for Rural Development, that is BARD of Bangladesh. So before sir speaks, I would like to give a very brief introduction about Mr. Abdullah Al Mamun. He is the Joint Director of Community Health and Nutrition, Bangladesh Academy for Rural Development. He has a working experience in the field of community health and nutrition for the last 19 years. He is a member of Food Security and Nutrition Forum, FAO. He is a member of Bangladesh Society for Training and Development, BSTD. He is the General Secretary of Cumilla Nutrition Society. Sir is involved in many projects. To name a few, he is working in the GOB-funded project on women's education, income, and nutrition improvement project. He is working as a team leader in JICA-funded and Japan Association of Drainage and Environment, that is JADE, Bangladesh, implementing project on awareness raising and capacity building on appropriate management on eco-sand toilet in rural areas of Bangladesh. He has worked as project director of an experimental project entitled Institutionalizing Local Level Poverty Monitoring System that is funded by CBMS Network from Philippines. He has many publications to his credit, both in the field of science, food, nutrition, and social research. He has worked as the nutrition and sanitation component leader of Comprehensive Village Development program, which is being implemented in 300 villages of Bangladesh through BRDB, Cooperative Department, and RDA Bogora. Among the many awards that Sir has received, I would like to mention specially the Burton International Award from Japan that he received in November 2013 for the research paper on replication of ecological sanitation in Bangladesh, an empirical analysis. I welcome you, Sir, Dr. Abdullah Al-Mamun, sir, and I request you to kindly deliver the address.
Hey, are you hearing me, sir?
Yes, sir, we are here.
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. So welcome to the International Conference on Post-COVID Challenges and Rural Development in South Asia, which is being organized by Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Assam Downtown University, Guwahati, Assam, and which is in collaboration with BARD, my organization, and National Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati, Northeast Regional Center, Guwahati, Assam, India. So I am delighted. I am very much grateful to you for inviting me as a keynote speaker on this very eminent, I think very important topic, which is post-COVID challenges and rural development in South Asia. And it is very important for all of us because of this current pandemic situation. So here I would like to mention you that I would share my experience in the Bangladesh perspective in this regard, and in some themes like impact on rural employment, impact on agriculture and rural economy, and what is the COVID impact on migrant workers and their livelihood, security, and of course the rural women is a very important segment of the society, health and nutrition and education, small and medium enterprises, service sectors, and of course the youth. So here, first of all, I'd like to share you that Bangladesh is one of the most densely populated countries in the world, is severely vulnerable to the COVID-19 pandemic in the rural areas of Bangladesh. Health security is a great challenge. It has now been further intensified under the present circumstances. Despite the government announcing several packages to help the poor, implementation has not been effective due to the lack of condition of the local administration. So here, first of all, I would like to share my experience in the SME sector. So about 13% people have become unemployed in the country due to COVID-19 pandemic, according to a survey governed by Bangladesh Institute of Development Studies, a leading research institute in Bangladesh, which is BIDS. The survey titled Coping with COVID-19 and Individual Responses. So here, findings from a large online survey was conducted on 30,000 people, covering all divisions and districts of Bangladesh. As per the report findings, 19.23% of participants with income less than 5,000 taka, which is about $60 US, reported that their income was reduced by 75%, while 23.31% of participants with income between 5,000 to 15,000, means about $1,800, reported an income reduction by 50% related to last month's income. So meanwhile, SME entrepreneurs in the rural areas are being hit the hardest due to the impact of COVID-19, as their revenue has dropped by 67% in 2020 compared to the previous year. However, the average reduction of revenue for all SMEs is 66% in 2020 compared to 2019. According to a survey titled COVID-19 and SMEs, Understanding the Immediate Impact and Coping Strategies. So here annual revenue was reduced by 67% in 2020 compared to 2019, which is 66% for all SME sector. BIDS, I already mentioned about the BIDS. They conducted another survey on 375 enterprises and 360 workers from April 26 to May 10, 2020. So as per their findings of the surveyed entrepreneur, they found that 76% goods produced by the entrepreneurs remain unsold. So here economic activities were not completely shut down during the lockdown, while only 16% of SMEs are open. However, it was 38.24% in case of handicrafts and rural SMEs are opened by 11.40%. The report showed that. And then now I would like to mention some impact on the food situation. So according to the survey, others will have 6.4 million new poor in 2050. As the income of working class in urban and rural areas have fallen sharply due to the lockdown of the spread of COVID-19. So under a lockdown optimistic scenario, the country's overall poverty is to increase by 25.13%, one-fourth increase. For rural poverty, will be 24.23%. Urban poverty increase mostly is 27.50%. Which is very alarming. So if we think about the agriculture sector, this is the most important sector of our agriculture. So agriculture is a major sector for our economy, not only in Bangladesh, but also in South Asian countries, and is crucial to reduce our food insecurity. So now agriculture does not only mean by rice, vegetables, or fruits. It also includes fisheries, poultry, livestock, etc. Because the world had never experienced anything like COVID-19 before. The situation is likely to directly affect the agriculture sector. The agriculture sector is going through a major crisis now. Without doubt, the reduction of the supply chain and the reduction of the mobility of labor due to social distancing and decreased transportation are just a few of the problems. This is the time to harvest crops in the field, and the crisis of labor is reduced by introducing mechanism in the agricultural sector. Mechanism is not a new concept, no. But the question is, why has preparation not been taken already? Because we don't know about the COVID-19 earlier. We also need to think about agricultural labor, community, about the next of future employment, as they lose their jobs due to both the pandemic and the pandemic. So the government has introduced a stimulus package of for the farmers with 4% interest rate, which is indeed a very satisfactory news. The question also arises here about the justification of interest rate for farmers, as agriculture and food security is our priority now. Netizens and experts are suggesting not only reduce the interest rate for farmers, but make it 0%. Because they are producing, because they're the most important sector for our livelihood improvement. Because we cannot stay more than 1 or 3 days without food. As it's not only about the credit for farmers, the stimulus package would help run the supply chain, transfer and distribution of raw materials, and have the outputs of generations of farmers. The stimulus package contains financing, management of finance, and overall monitoring. The distribution of this stimulus package is itself another concern now. That is because there is no such database available, and it is going to be a real challenge to identify, monitor, and evaluate the proper distribution channel. Local monitoring through NGOs or local government can be operated, but again, the question of transparency and accountability and effectiveness is where it also lies in it. A market management crisis also appears of goods and materials are to be seen in the near future. Initially, it was thought that there would be a labor crisis in the current Boro rice season. Boro means our irrigation season. But the grassroots administration, along with the government authorities, have taken tremendous steps which have reduced the prices despite having a lot of barriers. A regional crisis may be seen in the labor sector of agriculture, where there could be mass harvesting of rice or other staple crops. However, it cannot be said now that there will be no crisis in the rice market despite having a huge yield. Nowadays, a reduction in the purchasing power of people because of COVID-19 has caused a reduction of demand. It is seen in the agriculture sector too. So cultivated fish like pangash, we have a fish pangash, and tilapia are mainly purchased by middle class people, and they are now struggling to eat by it. The same scenario is also in the dairy and poultry industry. Materials, feed, interaction in the export-import business pay the prices of poultry. That's why now poultry is price now more than 360 per kilo. To overcome the crisis in both COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 situation, the Department of Agriculture Marketing can play a vital role. Already they are buying purchasable products from farmers and middlemen and distributing them to the areas needed. This activity is frequent. Still helps. Agriculture. Would you have a clear concept, knowledge in agriculture, but the lack of proper certified data is the reason we are lagging behind. A complete database of farmers, products, produce, markets, prices, etc. would be made easier for the proper evaluation and distribution of the stimulus package offered by the government of Bangladesh or the agriculture sector. We always complain about farmers, not proper prices for their commodities. The authority of the Department of Agriculture Marketing should now lead and hold on position and have a control over the market. The department now start to operate in the level, district level, in a more comprehensive level, depending on the central government. While neglecting local government is not a sustainable way to solve the issue. Besides ensuring health security and medical support to farmers and people be a priority now. Until the remediation of media about the health can be taken. The introduction of supply chain is what the agriculture sector needs now. Women, if I say the women, for the women, women put in the formal sector and informal sector are facing challenges at workplace. Due to increased workload, due to staying home because of lockdown, most of the time their field of social communication has become smaller. Permanent exercise, travel. As a result, they are facing two kinds of difficulties. One is physical, and one is mental. Process balance increased so much. There is a demand, a special role to the authorities. We are seeing a negative impact on girls' education, especially in rural areas. So responsibility has also increased for those who are employed. The negative effect of COVID influence on women's lives and livelihoods are far-reaching and of special importance. We all need vision and cooperation so that the difference between men and women does not increase. During the pandemic, many women who are working in the formal sector lost their jobs. Physical and mental abuse on women have increased. Women entrepreneurs in small and medium enterprises have lost capital due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which has caused difficulties for running their organizations, and they had to lay off their workers. It is necessary for the government to take various incentives measures for women to solve all those problems, not only in Bangladesh, but also every corners in South Asian countries, I think. More than 100,000 garments workers in Bangladesh have lost their jobs due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The environment in which women workers live in very inhumane, so they have various health problems. In order to solve all the problems, the concerned authorities must take necessary initiatives to improve the working environment for women and provide job security. This is most essential, I think. Women are lagging behind in the information technology sector, ICT sector, you can say, especially when you look at the statistics of mobile users. It is seen that the number of female users is much less than half of the total users. Another statistic shows that a man is also deciding whether women in a family can use a mobile phone. Now the hotline number has been arranged at the time of the COVID-19 pandemic so that no one is abused. But how can women apply for help if they do not have a mobile? So women who have lost their jobs due to the pandemic and stayed at home are being tortured more. So now, most important sector is the education sector. Already Professor R.M. Pant mentioned about this sector very nicely. So how the pandemic affects the education sector in Bangladesh, I want to mention some statistics here. As of December 2020, globally 1.2 billion learners, 68% of the world's total enrolled learners are affected due to the education institute closure in 144 countries, according to the UNESCO data. In Bangladesh is no different. Since 17 March last year, all the education institutes, today is 17 March also, in the country have 1 year already, have remained closed. And undoubtedly, the direct and most immediate impact on the COVID-19 on the education sector is the loss of learning opportunities. More than 36 million students, including 17 million in the primary level, are now out of school. So our finance minister, in his budget speech last year in the National Parliament, also said that COVID-19 has essentially caused discontinuation of the regular academic curricula of around 40 million students across the country. However, the loss in schooling hours is not the only impact looming out from the COVID-19 crisis. On top of learning, schools are also a vital source of social protection, nutrition, health, as well as psychosocial support to children and young adults. Therefore, on top of loss in learning, school closures have far-reaching impacts on social and economic issues such as school dropouts, digital divide, food insecurity and malnutrition, childcare, as well as disability services. A broader and deeper consequence of the COVID-19 pandemic on the education sector might emerge from the economic downturns being integrated by the pandemic control measures. So here in our country, SANEM, one of the institute in South Asia, they estimated that based on the latest household income and expenditure survey, which is a HIS survey, it showed that before the crisis, 23.90% or 8.4 million of the students' families are below the poverty line. As the crisis prolongs, assuming a 3-month-long lockdown since 25th of March, therefore a 25% fall in annual per capita income. SANEM find that as many as 43.90% of the students' families could fall below the poverty line. For primary, it is 51.70%. For secondary, it is 42.40%. For SSC means secondary school and higher secondary school is 30.20%. And university level, it is 19%. Hence, there could be as many as 7.70 million additional students, families, falling below the poverty line during this crisis, taking the total number of students below the poverty line to 16 million. Such fallout in poverty from economic crisis has long-term impacts. Emanating from the economic crisis, there is a good chances that the country might see a surface of higher rates of child labor, child marriages, or even transsexual sex for children and adolescents, all phenomena leading to higher dropout rates. As a result, out of the 16 million students from the poor families, many might never come to school ever again. Notably, the dropout rate is in Bangladesh is still too high for secondary. It is 37.60%, and post-secondary education it is 19.60% according to our study base. So, nevertheless, the impact would be disproportionately higher for female students, emphasize the female students. The crisis could also be more threatening for students with special needs, around 39,000. So, estimated from household income and expenditure survey data, they suggested that almost 24.50% of the students with special needs are from poor families. Due to the pandemic, more than 45% of such students' families might fall below the poverty line. However, irrespective of their income status, with schools closer, these children might face additional challenges than like no other. And deciding on continuation of education, they could be the first to be left out of the school system. So there is also a nutrition aspect where this COVID-19 pandemic might hinder the progress. So World Food Program estimated that the economic impact on malnutrition in Bangladesh sums up to $1 billion each year. To combat the challenges, the government of Bangladesh, with technical assistance from the World Food Program, runs a school feeding program in 104 most poverty-prone upazilas in the country, reaching nearly 3 million children. Since the beginning of the crisis in March, the government of Bangladesh has managed to divert the macronutrient and enriched biscuits to all recipients in bulk amount. However, as a support does not reach the children out of school, if the dropout rates in the poverty-stricken areas increase due to the pandemic, this effect might fall short taken. After the pandemic, the crisis will not be easy for the students remaining at school, either due to fall in income at large. Overall out-of-pocket expenditure in education will inevitably fall, particularly for the families from the lower income declines. Quality of teaching might also fall. Many students might shift from low-cost private schools to already overburdened public schools. The low-cost private schools that serves the lower middle-class families and run on small migrants might face an existential crisis. Moreover, with a fall in place, it could be the best teachers in schools who might switch job first. So, in combating the loss in learning, one frequently suggested option online teaching. However, going online on learning is not a feasible option for Bangladesh yet. There are around 5% of the households who do not have mobile phone. In the case of computer or tablet, only 5.60% of the households have one. However, having computer tablet is not sufficient, with only 37.60% of the households having internet access at home. And its figure is in urban areas is 53, around 53.10%, and the rural it is 33.20%. So the options of exploring the options seems bleaker. What's more, there is a clear regional and income dynamics at play here. Rural areas and poorer regions have much less access to this ICT than the urban and rural region. This is also true for poorer households. Based on the latest household income and expenditure survey, updating it to 2020, we could estimate that around 12.70% the poor households do not have a single mobile phone with such a higher digital divide. Only analog phone they have sometimes. Going online for all would only widen the existing gap in learning inequality. As the crisis prolongs, the economic impact of depends. So does the future of millions of students will lower the income, declines their from the grimmer looks and future socioeconomic impact stemming from COVID-19 will have long-term consequences, of course. The lifetime income and productivity of the current age cohort would be severely constrained if the government does not step in these lustered short-term and long-term public policies. So first, and open up the schools, healthcare protocols should be strictly followed. So WHO and the UNICEF has already prepared such guidelines. So many schools might not have proper hygiene facilities and all. It is high time the government facilitate adequate hygiene infrastructure, even at the remote schools. The focus should be developing good health behaviors such as covering cough and sneezes with the elbow and washing hands frequently. Now the government is thinking to open up these schools on 30 this month, 30 March. And because of now increasing the pandemic situation, last few weeks, so government now rethinking about the opening time, maybe they extend again. So the second, ensuring return to school for e-students, active public policies such as revamping the existing stipend programs, exploring the options of education loans, communication campaigns, active engagement with families in distress should be prioritized. And thirdly, supplementary nutrition program such as school feeding program and the midday meal program should be rolled out nationally. So such measures might help to cut down the dropout rates as well. So it is not only in case of Bangladesh, I think in the Southeast Asian, all countries can follow this type of thing. And the fourth, measures should be taken to reduce the digital divides across income groups as well as the across regions. So last, most importantly, the government must increase allocation in education. So Bangladesh expenditure in education both as the percentage of GDP and as percentage of total tax revenue is one of the lowest in the world. So in 2016, Bangladesh spent around 1.5% of GDP on education. In terms of total tax revenue, the country spent only 17.7% on education. The scenario has not changed much over the years. The total allocation for education is in budget in financial year 2021 is proposed as Taka 664 billion, which is an increase of 8.60% over 611.80 billion on the revised budget for financial year 20. So nevertheless, as a share of the total budget, the education budget decreased from 12.2% in fiscal year 2020 to 11.70% in fiscal year 2021. So again, the education budget as a share of GDP has decreased to 2.09% in fiscal year 2021 from 2.18% in the revised budget of fiscal year 20. So when the pandemic crisis is prolonging such a contraction in education expenditure contrast with what this sector needs. The pitfalls of low spending in this sector to make the COVID impacts will be long lasting, with so little to spare. The countries might face more chronic long-term consequences in the sector as an aftermath of the pandemic than the comparators. If the challenges are not addressed properly, the demographic dividends, it is actually our pride, demographic dividend for Bangladesh, might turn into demographic burden in future. So it's very bad impact will be there. So combating the challenges would require a stronger collaboration between the government, NGOs and the developing partners. However, the government of Bangladesh who needs to take the leads in stepping up from the crisis. If adequate actions are not taken now, it will be too late to correct it later. The economic importance of the more than 10 million migrants from the Bangladesh who sent close to 18 billion US dollar in 2019 cannot be overstated. International remittances normally represent around 70% of Bangladesh GDP, but COVID-19 pandemic in having an acute effect of Bangladeshi migrants abroad, who are largely concentrated in the countries with strict lockdown measures. I think it is also the same situation also exists in India and other countries. And considering the large volume of Bangladeshi migrants in the Middle East, secondary economic impacts through depressed demand and falling oil prices will also likely add strain to the flow of remittances. The survey found that almost 80% of respondents had experienced income reductions during the pandemic. Although many youth, especially in case of youth, I said, youth had abandoned their studies in order to find work. A substantial number had not found jobs. So some 33% said they were still looking for jobs, with 9% of graduate students reporting that they faced difficulties securing employment. So according to the International Labour Organization, ILO, a total of 94.4% of Bangladesh's workforce is aged between 18 and 35 years. With over 4 million employed in the country's 4,500 officially registered garments plants. So another study, I already mentioned the organization, this is SANEM, means South Asian Network on Economic Modeling, a Bangladesh research organization, leading research organization. They found that about 8% of garment workers were unemployed in September last year, up from 5% in August. It reported that employers had responded to the pandemic by cutting jobs and intensifying the exploitation of its low-paid workforce. In April, what plants were running at lower capacity, the median monthly working hours, and women and men are around 43 and 42 hours respectively. In June, July, and September last year, however, works hour began to return to 2019 rates of 246 hours per month, and more garments workers rely on overtime, which is often around for 20% of their monthly income to meet basic living expenses. So on one garment factory owner who supplies European and North American retailers told one of the leading news portal, is called bdnews24.com, said now the second wave has started. Now in the Bangladesh is already third wave, we can say. We don't know what the future holds for us. He added that he had cut 1 in 5 jobs at his plant. So the World Bank reported last month that the average wage of salary and daily workers dropped by 37% compared to usual earning immediately prior to COVID-19. Another aspect of the pandemic social impact has been raising rates of depression and mental stress, particularly amongst the young. According to the platform survey, almost 2/3 of respondents said they were depressed about their income prospects, and 96% reported mental stress. Indifferent to this distress figures, the government of the Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina continues to implement the social spending cuts dictated by the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. So according to the protection, we want social outlook for Asia and the Pacific, which is jointly produced by the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. And the ILO, Bangladesh currently spend only a teeny fraction of the gross domestic product GDP on welfare program. So published on October 15, I just turning in the end, the report noted that Bangladesh allocates only 0.7% to GDP for social protection. So lagging behind Sri Lanka's 5.2%, India's 3.2%, and Pakistan's 1.9%. The European Union Statistical Office defines social protection as welfare benefits or transferred in cash or kind to household and individuals. So, addressing the 14th International Conference of the Finance Minister of Asia Europe on November 6 last year, so our Prime Minister boasted that her government had so far announced 21 stimulus packages equivalent to US dollar 14.14 billion for various sectors, as well as support to different segments of the society. I think that is actually not enough, but we need some more support because we had to combat the COVID-19, and it has a very long-term effect of our economy, of our rural development concern, and many other issues like our women empowerment, women issue, our education sector, our health sector, our SME sectors, and so other service and economic sectors. So here, I think I'm especially grateful to our Professor Laura Devi, is the chairman, Department of Humanities and Social Science, and I am grateful to Minal Kanti Dev, he's the conference, is the convener of this conference, and Dr. Pratiti Barman, she's the dean of Faculty of HSS, and I am grateful to Professor N.N. Dotto, the chief patron, and he's honorable chancellor of Assam Downtown University, and I'm also grateful to Dr. R.M. Pant, Professor R.M. Pant, he's the director of NIRDPR-NERC, and I am grateful to all of the students, all the dignitaries, delegates, for inviting me to give a keynote speech on the post-COVID challenges of rural development in Asia and the specific Asian region. So here, I think thank you very much. If any question, then you can ask. I can share with you. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Do we have any questions for Mamun sir? Anybody would like to ask anything? Sir, today we don't have any questions.
Okay.
Yes, sure, ma'am.
Sorry, I am not hearing.
Ma'am, you have to unmute yourself. Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. And I just want to make an observation that your talk, rather your speech, was indeed very illuminating. It was informative, and I could know personally a lot of things regarding the after effects of COVID-19. It provided me lots of insights. I am very, very grateful to you, and really your talk was very good. And we are indeed looking forward to having you more and more in our department affairs particularly, so that we can have special contact. You are very resourceful, and you are also, what to say, very friendly also. I find you very friendly. We'll be loving to interact with you academically. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, Miss Laura Devi, for your good speech. Thank you very much.
I am Lanu Devi.
Devi, sorry.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So as we know that today it's a birth anniversary of Bangabandhu, Mr. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the founder of Bangladesh country. So today the whole Bangladesh is celebrating, the whole country is in celebration mode. And needless to say that this is going to be a hectic day for you, Mr. Al Mamun sir, as well. But we are indebted to you as you have spared your valuable time from your busiest schedule and enlightened us with your thought-provoking words. And certainly we believe that we shall overcome the current economic problem led by the outbreak of COVID pandemic. And in the words of Bangabandhu, if I say that, dabaye rakhte parvana, no one can suppress us. We shall overcome the problem, and I hope that in the near future, our Assam Downtown University and Bangladesh Academy for Rural Development and the National Institute of Rural Development here, Northeast Regional Center, we shall take more joint and collective academic efforts.
Yeah, we are also very much interested to collaborate ourselves to conduct some research, some projects, and many other issues. And we can contact with you. Thank you, sir. I am very much grateful to all of you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Indeed, we look forward to this collaboration to go a long way in finding out solutions to the problems that the world is facing, especially the South Asian region. So I am joining with the Assam Downtown University fraternity in once again thanking all the speakers and the dignitaries. And now, since we are in the last part of our program today, I now request Dr. N.K. Srivastava from the National Institute of Rural Development, Panchayati Raj, Guwahati, Assam, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for giving this opportunity to present the vote of thanks. So it is a great pleasure for me for presenting a vote of thanks on behalf of the three great institutions, that is NIRDPR-NERC Guwahati, Assam Downtown Guwahati, and Bangladesh. And this institution has come together for a good cause and the reason that the post-COVID situation. As we have already discussed the post-COVID situation and during the COVID situation is happening to the society, economy, and the mental well-being. So we are really grateful to our respected N. Datta sir and our director, Professor Arun Sir, who has been always been the source of inspiration, motivation, and dedication towards the work and the building institutions. They are really great people, and we are very much organized, and we are very lucky to working under this kind of people. And Professor N. Datta has given the blessing for our seminar conference, and we are really grateful for your blessing and good wishes. We are really again grateful for Director Professor Arun, who has given the very insightful and their views and experiences on the theme of the threats, especially the COVID development and what is happening there. We are also really grateful to our Bangladesh all partners, Abdullah Momin sir, and for extending their support for programs and taking interest. Sir Cumilla lecture was really very beautiful, and sir, it was very insightful experiences, and he has given a lot of directions. What is happening on the with us, the country, including India and Pakistan, will help a lot because India, Pakistan, our culture is by and large, and of course, economy is uh, the location. So we have to consider to revive our economy, social relations, and things. We are thankful. We are taking ourselves to decision obviously some down university is very good for us. Yes, for us. This capital to manage affairs. So thank you. Very helpful for us, and he has set the tone of the conference. So thank you for uh, we are thankful from our from they are right from beginning you carry and so I'm very thankful and you are working with us.
Everybody. Leaving our day, and we will be our participation. Thank you.
Thank you.
class notes via mail, WhatsApp, Zoom calls, etc., etc. So as there is a time limit, so I have to move faster. Let's have a brief of the facilities of the education and the health. So in the health, there are 37 district hospitals in the Bihar, 70 referral hospitals, 55 sub-divisional hospitals, 533 primary health centers, 9,949 sub-centers, additional primary health centers is 1,399. If you talk about the education, there are 42,573 primary schools, 25,587 upper primary schools, and 2,217 secondary schools. If I look into the total enrollment, it was 235.84 lakh. So in the next slides, I have given a brief of the health structure of the Bihar. There are three-tier healthcare model has been exist in the Bihar. That is the primary, secondary, and the tertiary. At the tertiary level, there is a medical college and district hospitals. At the secondary level of healthcare, sub-divisional hospitals, and the primary level, there is community health center, primary health center, additional primary health center, and the sub centers. The hierarchy of the officials, if you look into at the district level, there was a civil surgeon, a district health manager. If you look at the block level, that is the medical officer in charge, block health manager, block monitoring and evaluation officer, pharmacist, block community manager, and the most important is the ANM and the ASA, that used to be considered as the frontline workers for the health delivery systems. Let's move to the next slide, where I have try to focus the scenario of the health that has been over after COVID has been came in the exist. So before COVID, these health systems were delivered the health services smoothly in the normal way, but after the COVID, the focus shifted to the curb the spread of the disease, and the measures has been taken is to install the quarantine centers in the rural areas, in the schools and the government buildings like PRI buildings and other any places that has been that can be used by the to make the quarantine centers. If needed, then government simply go and make that place in quarantine center. Apart from it, if you talk about the other services, lots of economic measures has been taken, but one that I would like to mention here is the distribution of the food grains. Government has distributed 5 months around free food grains through the PDS systems. Uh, uh, After that, I would like to talk about the installed testing services. Initially, there was a lack of testing services. Firstly, only the capital of the Bihar, Patna, has testing services, a lab where COVID patients can get the test. But after some time, every district has own testing centers. Now people can go and simply test their on the basis of the symptoms. So now this is the slide on that I would like to focus a little bit more, that there are services that has been impacted due to the COVID. The first one is just sexual and reproductive health, immunization, ANC, family planning, and other services were hindered. That would have adverse impact on the number of unintended pregnancies, unsafe abortion, and maternal health and newborn deaths. These services were completely shut down for around 2 to 3 months. The next is the outpatient department. In every government hospitals like PHCs, there was an outpatient department where people generally come and take the prescription of the doctors. So these services also were stopped for around 2 to 3 months. The chronic diseases in these kind of services like medicines, periodical test, and consultations were hindered, as there was a complete lockdown and the mobilization of people were also banned. So the need of the patients remaining the same, need of these services remaining the same,
but the thing is that these services were stopped due to the COVID pandemic, and it has been criticized and has been observed that the government has no alternative to provide these services, like all the workforces in the hospitals and the things were mobilized to spread the curve of the COVID-19. So for 2 or 3 months, these all services were completely hindered. So to the next slide, I would like to talk about the frontline workers in rural areas. So the ANM and the ASA was the frontline workers at that point of time, and also in general, these are the frontline workers for the health structure of the Bihar. So their role was spread awareness and screen the COVID-19 suspects. Protective kits were provided by the government, but the challenges was that the lack of training, and initially the protective kits also initially. Government was not able to deliver the enough protective kits to these workers. That was the problem. They were also scared to visit the household and go for the screening processes. Lack of the training, I mean, there was a complete lockdown, and due to the norms of social distancing, uh, training to provide training was almost impossible. Although all online sessions were conducted through Zoom calls and the internet, using internet access, but the problem of rural areas is that the connectivity issues, that the lack of internet access and the digital divide. So the proper training were not delivered to these frontline workers. That were the major challenge in initial days of the COVID pandemic. The next, I would like to discuss COVID-19 and response of the community. So it has been observed in the many places that the villagers were actively participated to ensure proper quarantine, and a few PRIs had distributed sanitation kits also. In case suspect missed out by FLWs, frontline workers, community gave the information to the concerned people through PRIs. And for the destitute and daily workers, villagers made arrangement for the essential grocery items in a few villages. So this initiative has been identified, that has been taken by the community itself. So in the time of, I would like to say that in the time of pandemic, yeah, uh, such crisis, community used to be response in
Hello.
their own nature, and this pandemic it has been also happens. So
Mr. Sanu
yes, sir.
Prasad.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, sir. I can hear
Yeah,
you.
you have just 2 minutes.
Yes,
Just
sir.
the slide
I'm
over
about
the
to finish.
2
I'm
minutes,
about to
fine?
finish. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So status of the
Okay.
education, I would like to talk. In India, yeah, I would like to say in Bihar, educational institutions were completely shut down. Next, imparting education at the level of higher education, online medium was introduced, but there was an instruction for the online classes as primary and upper primary level, but that was not implemented on ground. Uh, Although some private schools, even at secondary level, were engaged at appreciative extent with those students who had access of internet and mobile phones. Educational institutions were completely okay. Sorry, sir. So now this is our last slide, and in which I have mentioned that what we have learned. Yeah, 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 ma'am. So the strengthening of health services in rural area, it has been learned that a government should must focus on the strengthening of the health services of the rural areas. It has also brought in the focus of the role of the FLWs, and the active participation and self-mobilization of the villagers. It has been also identified. And the last one, that the decentralized model of governance proved to be a successful mantra to the control the pandemic once again. So this is my presentation. Thanks for listening. Thank you all. Now, if any queries, I would like to appreciate. I'd like to answer also.
The question answer sessions we have kept for the end of the session. So please be with us till the end of the session. Now, third presenter is Dr. Shalini Prasad.
Yes,
and the
ma'am.
topic of the paper is impact of COVID-19 on higher education. And you know the procedures. That means we are requesting you to highlight on the findings and methodology. So please concentrate and mainly on these three topics instead of discussing in details your background and details of the topic. So on the objective, findings and methodology, please concentrate and within 10 minutes, try to finish.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, Dr. Prasad, you are absolutely
Yes.
audible.
Is my PPT showing in the screen?
Yes, it's visible.
Yes.
Okay, then I will start. Okay, I will start, ma'am. Okay.
Dr. Prasad.
Okay.
Dr. Prasad, could you please zoom in your this PPT? Now it's 80%. No. It has become, it has reduced. It has 53%. Make it 85. 85. Yeah. It's good.
It's fine, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Okay, so then I will start.
Sure.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Shalini Prasad, and I'm an assistant professor in Department of Political Science, Tikaram Kanya Degree College in Aligarh. So my topic is impact of COVID-19 on higher education. As already ma'am has told, I will just briefly say that briefly start like we have already talked about COVID-19 and how it's impacted our life, our society, our education, our in the economy. So my focus will be on like what COVID-19 do to the education in India. So it's like a qualitative study. So the objectives which I am going to highlight like are to what are the various challenges and opportunities which were created by COVID-19 on education. What are the measures which the government took to tackle the situation during the pandemic, and what will be the future trends after post COVID-19 on the education of India? Methodology. Mine is basically qualitative data, and the data information presented are basically from secondary sources or reports prepared by national and international agencies. As it was not possible to go outside, basically I collected from authentic website, journals, and e-contents relating to various impact of COVID-19 on education system. As you know, COVID-19 has impacted, I have already told like COVID-19 has impacted all the spheres of society, but in education, it cost a lot because in education, school and colleges were the last which were to open. Like everything was open in phase unlock 1, unlock 2. But the school and colleges were the last one which were open because vulnerability of the students and the children who go to school and colleges. So what are the challenges we met during the lockdown period on the education? The primary challenge was students were not physically present in the class, so it was very challengeable to take online classes. As our teachers, we were not very aware of we are not very techno savvy, and we are not very aware of the cloud platform like Zoom, Google Meet. So it was a very new process for all of us, and not only classes, we took online admission, we took online examination. So everything was going from physical classes to e-learning. So it was a very new type of challenge for all the teachers who are involved in the education system. The assessments, like the students were we did the internal assessments on online, but basically all the external assessments were doing offline. So it created a direct impact on the students also. Digital literacy during the lockdown period, using online platform was very difficult because most of the people have very poor technical knowledge, and we suffer there's also a problem of poor internet connectivity in the locality. And for the students, there's a huge digital divide. The online classes or e-learning is good for the urban place, but for the rural place where the students mostly don't have mobile or don't have their personal laptops, and they decide that there is no connectivity, there is no Wi-Fi, so it's very difficult for them to attend any classes. So it was a huge loss for the students who are in the rural class. In my college also, they are all all 60 or 70 students, but only 10 or 12 students were possible to take class because they don't have any connectivity to internet, or they don't have any electronic gadgets by which they can take classes. It also created reduced employment opportunities because the students were preparing for the competitive exam for jobs, and suddenly all was shut off, like exams were cancelled. So it brought a huge depression for them, and it came in the newspaper also, like students were committing suicide because they were not able to conduct online classes, and there was no future job for them. So loss of nutrition is not for higher education, but for primary education, like a midday meal was also stopped, which created problem for the school age students also. In spite of all this negative, there are some opportunities also. Like it's already have told, like we are not very much aware and not very habituated to the digital learning, but at least lockdown and all this COVID-19 provide us an opportunity to go through how this online platforming will work, like presenting our paper, teaching students, taking online classes, giving them assignments. So he provided new opportunity, which was I think it could have not been come if the COVID-19 would have not have come. Second, the increased use of learning management system. It opened also great opportunity for the companies who are involved in developing and extending this learning management system for education institution. Third is a flexibility. Like you can sit in any location and you have internet connection, and student can afford it. A student can attend it from anywhere. Like if they are residing somewhere very far, it's easy. Like the students who come from very far place to the college, it was very flexible and feasible for them. And they it's also explored the possibility of soft copies. Like students really came to know that there's a lot of material in a soft copy available in the internet and various government website where they can go and just download and read it. So it created a good opportunity from them. Future trends, future trend education after post COVID-19, we can see that now there would not only be offline classes, but there will also be online classes, and students will be trained to attend online classes, and as well as teachers will also be trained on how to conduct online education. But for this, we need a strong internet connectivity in both the education institution and for the student where they are deciding. Second, it improved there will improve communication between the student and teachers. Like if they are attending online classes, they can attend the classes from everywhere. So it will be improve communication, and they will personalized learning will be also improved in the near future. But the problem is that it will create inequality because, as I've already told, like the rich or the urban class will have all the facility because they have the good internet connectivity. But the students who are residing in the rural areas, it will be a great setback to them if the facilities of Wi-Fi and internet is not provided to them, or they are not aware of the things. So it will be a great setback for their studies. So online education is good for the people who can afford it, or the people who have the accessibility to this facility. Student mobility may also reduce because of the COVID. Because of COVID, most of the people who wanted to go to abroad to study, they are not dropping this idea. Now, and lastly, it could be a demand for open distance learning. Like people more prefer regular course as compared to open and distance learning. But as online education and e-learning is starting, so there will be more favorable opportunity to come with the open and distance learning. There are some initiative by the government of India, like which when the lockdown came, they came with many websites and portals where the students go and learn, like Diksha portal. It's for school teachers, school people. Then there is Gyan Kosh, then there's Gyan Darshan. This is all by government of India. There is SWAYAM, there's a national online education platform. Then there's a virtual class which provides links to the all online programs of the university. And overall, the new education policy which is yet to come is like which give priority to the learning to the online courses. Suggestion which I want to give, like after all, everything new has to become very slowly. It can't become like one at a time. So education, both the teacher and the student should be trained to utilize online teaching. Like it is a very beneficial for them, and the government policy should be there that free internet and free digital gadgets are provided in every institution that you can, so that they can use this facility with their whole. Then there's a digital gap should be fulfilled. The students who are not able to afford laptop or mobile or any type of online internet connectivity should be provided with the institution. So the digital gap should not come. Otherwise, the main motive to education for all will not be fulfilled. And last is cybercrime. Cybercrime, like if you're not using mobile or online or internet, then there is no crime. But when you enter the cyberspace, there are a lot of cyber crimes which are going on. So teachers and students both should be aware and trained to know what are cyber crimes like hacking, phishing, and all. Finally, I will conclude with the findings. Like first findings, like numerous advanced education institutions in India are not equipped with digital facilities right to cope with the sudden change from traditional education setup to the online education system. Second, India is not fully equipped to make education reach all corners of the nation via digital platform. Basically, to the less privileged students may suffer to the present choice of digital platform. But the Indian government and stakeholders are working on it and exploring the possibility of teaching learning by adopting different digital technology. And priority should be utilize digital technology to create an advantageous position for crores of young students in India. India should develop creative strategies to ensure that all children must have sustainable access to learning during pandemics. Thank you. So, ma'am, I have finished my presentation. I think I have finished
So
on the.
are you done?
Yes, ma'am. I am done.
Okay, wait till the session is over because there are certain observations to be made. And next paper presenters are Dr. Shalini Atri and Dr. Priyanka Singh. Their topic is titled Perspectives on Pandemic, Reimagining Youth and Education.
Is my screen visible and am I audible to all?
Yes, Dr.
Yes.
Priyanka, you are absolutely audible,
Yes,
and your
yes,
PPT is
yes.
also visible to us. Right now, your PPT's size is 64. Please make it 80%.
I have run the slideshow. I think it should be there on the entire screen.
But there are some technical problems. Actually, initially we have tried to make it full screen, but it did not work. So it would be better, ma'am, if you could make it 80%.
Actually, I made it full screen right now. I have to stop sharing. Only then I'll do
full
it.
Screen is not visible.
Okay, I'll stop sharing and then I'll do it again. Is it okay? I think, yeah. Is it fine now? Is it fine now?
Ma'am, it's not yet visible.
Okay, one more minute and is it fine now, sir?
Wait, it's working. Yes, ma'am. Yes, now it's okay.
Yeah. The title of my presentation is Perspectives on Pandemic, Reimagining Youth and Education. It is a joint study by Dr. Shalini Atri. She is an assistant professor in Department of English, PPS Women's University, Sonipat, and by me, Dr. Priyanka Singh, assistant professor in English at Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Shahbad, Markanda. I would skip the theoretical background and understanding and straight away come to the aims and the objectives of the study. The present study aimed to identify how the pandemic has impacted the youth, particularly the girls aged between 17 to 21 years, and also to attempt to provide the solutions and measures that can be taken so as to strengthen the youth, especially in the rural areas. So there are 3 districts that I have focused on. One is Shahbad, that is in Kurukshetra, Guwahati, that is Sonipat, and Bilaspur and Trichuroli areas in Yamunanagar. These are the rural belts in the district of Haryana. Rural districts in the state of Haryana. The objectives include to provide the solutions and measures that can be taken to strengthen the youth. Second, to identify measures to reintegrate the youth into employment, to locate the reasons for disruption of education and learning opportunities, to identify the psychological impact on of the pandemic on youth, and to look into the role of youth as catalysts for creating inclusive and resilient societies during the time of pandemic crisis, their ability to respond, recover, and prepare for future shocks. The methodology that I adopted was the theoretical framework of psychoanalysis and social theories. Since being from the literary background, I had to do it. And various newspapers, magazine articles, reports were consulted, and online survey method and personal interviews were conducted to collect the primary data. As far as the discussion is concerned, I would like to mention the words of ILO Director General Guy Ryder, who says that the pandemic is inflicting multiple shocks on young people. It is not only destroying their jobs and employment prospects, but also disrupting their education and training and having a serious impact on their mental well-being. Studies have reported that almost 70% of the youth have suffered due to closures of schools, universities, and colleges. Another report titled Youth and COVID-19 Impacts on Job, Education, Rights, and Mental Well-being states that 65% of youth stated that they learned less during the pandemic because of sudden shift from classroom teaching to online and distance learning. We must not forget that the youth are the asset to the nation and its development, and there is a need to identify and implement the most effective interventions, social awareness campaigns among the youth. I would skip one slide more and straight away come to the highlights of the responses of the online and the interview that I conducted with the respondents. And the result that I got was very alarming. So the highlights of the responses that I got include the questions were subjective in nature, and it allowed the respondents to openly and freely represent their issues and problems and concerns. The respondents claimed that while the government laid down guidelines for safety measures to prevent COVID-19 outbreak, along with the restricted movement, it adversely affected their education and mental health. Of the total number of respondents, 71% indicated increase in stress and anxiety due to the COVID-19 lockdown protocol. Learning became secondary to survival, and as most of the households reported economic setback, most of them being daily wagers, because we are a rural belt and people work on daily basis over here. And they depended on the public distribution system to meet their food requirements. More than 60% of the respondents reported that they were unable to attend classes because of unavailability of resources. At the most, they have very simple phones, so smartphones weren't available to them, leave aside laptops and other gadgets. They could not go to their friend's house or share resources due to strict lockdown protocol. They depended on text messages and phone calls for highlights of lectures. They also reported lack of motivation to attend classes online. The respondents claimed that their academic sessions were disturbed as it started late. Poor network connections in the villages was an obvious reason for interrupted learning sessions. The respondents felt that lack of classroom exposure and absence of teacher-student face-to-face interaction hindered their academic growth and holistic development. The respondents also claimed that they were assumed as connected during online teaching, but the absence of real-time peer communication made them feel a kind of a vacuum, and they experienced anxiety because they could not actually understand whether whatever they were learning was right or not. So that peer interaction is also required. So while the students, the respondents, they were flooded with e-resources being sent to them through teachers and other sources, it only they say that it only increased their stress levels. It became difficult for them to shortlist the relevant e-resources, and they ended up spending more time on the internet skimming through them. Moreover, this is something very interesting over here. Moreover, only one mobile phone was provided to the siblings in the house, and they had to share the same. And the preference was given to the male counterpart. So if the brother had a class, so brother was given the primary, preference to use that mobile phone. Another interesting fact that came to the fore was that when the siblings were both the girls, right? Preference and importance to specific courses over the others was given. So the sibling undertaking a commerce or a science course was preferred to be provided with a mobile phone than the one who was taking an arts course. And another thing that came to the fore was that the respondents were expected to learn from home, and at home they were seen as idle since they were not going to the college, right? So they were assigned household chores which interrupted their learning. Too much exposure to screen for long durations caused, I think, yeah. So too much exposure to screen for long durations caused eyesight problems, anxiety, disturbed their sleeping patterns, and in some cases even caused nausea. Extended use of headphones and earplugs affected their auditory sense too. And another thing that the respondents reported was that they felt that staying indoors did impact their minds, as the pandemic was taking too much of their lives. So while they were sick staying at home, they also feared going out. My last slide over here, I would want to focus on the findings and suggestions that in educational institutions, online learning efforts no doubt are being made, but there is a digital divide with respect to connectivity and accessibility of e-learning resources. To meet this gap, the education institutions need to collaborate with the organizations to provide them all the required facilities like internet facility by creating internet zones, hotspots, ample copies of study resources in simplified formatting and listing, apt training to use new emerging technology for favorable results. Pandemic does create stress and distress, thus hampering the mental growth of the youth. So there is the need to safeguard mental health through counseling and sports activities. As different policies were made and implemented in imparting education to the students, the ultimate stakeholders, it showed little gain. So there is a need to include young people in policy making to articulate their needs and better outcomes. The psychophysical recovery can be achieved by becoming resilient. So as a suggestion, resilient literature should be made a part of the curriculum so that the youth can have an understanding of coping up with any calamity in future. Providing career opportunities and unemployment insurance benefits can come up as a productive measure. And finally, there is a need for interdisciplinary research to address and empower the students to face these challenges. With this, I end my presentation.
Thank you, Priyanka and Shalini. It was a good paper, and we'll discuss at the end of the session certain points. There is one paper left, this by Biswajit Mandal, and his paper is Impact of Family Structure on Healthcare Conditions of Aged People, a case study at Chakdaha CD block of Nadia district, West Bengal, India.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're most welcome. Please continue.
Ma'am, visible my slideshow?
Yes, sir. Your PPT is visible.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, respected ma'am and all of academicians. I am Biswajit Mandal. My title, The Impact of Family Structure on Health Condition of Aged People, a case study at Chakdaw CD block in Nadia district, West Bengal, India. At first, I am telling the who are aged. World Health Organization define all persons who are of 60 years and above as the elderly and aged, and who are well known as senior citizen. That on the other side, the family. Family is a group of people who live together. They share the household work and they take care of the another. It is the most important support group where aged people are respected and taken care of. A family provides the social and financial and mental support of the aged people. It is true that nowadays the whole world and not only India, The traditional society actually shifted into nuclear family. And as present, actually, joint family shifted into nuclear family structure as a result of the aged people's condition has also changed. They have been deprived of their respected position in a nuclear family, and aged people began to feel the loneliness and alone. According to socialists, family is classified on the basis of structure, on size, and depth of generation. So the family are categorized actually two types: nuclear family or single unit family, joint family. Nuclear family comprises a single married couple with and without their unmarried children, and joint family comprises two or more married couples of a single generation or three or more couple. My objective is to identify the family structure of the aged people's family, find out the impact of family structure on the health condition of the aged, and finally to give feasible suggestions. This is my study area: India, West Bengal, Najib district, and Chakdao city block. My methodology, the entire study actually based on primary survey. It has been conducted on 150 on 1550 on respondents who are 60 years old and above. The data has been collected through the purposive random sampling method, and finally it has been tabulated, calculated, and analyzed by the using frequency, percentage, and correlation method, and Probin Kumar Jha perceived loneliness scale. Result of discussion. In India, 49.7% of the households having the 4 and less members, and urban area, 56% of the families have 4 members and less members. In India, nuclear family have grown, comprising of husband, wife, children. On the other hand, the rural India families consist by members of 4 or 5. 47.1% of the rural Indian households have 4 and less members, and that are less than 40% of the rural Indian household 10 years ago. In the study area, 52% of the aged people belong to nuclear family, and 48% to belong to the joint family. The relationship between the family size and the loneliness. Actually, the Calpiers correlation method was applied to find out the interrelationship between family size and loneliness condition. It is shown that there is a negative correlation with family size and the loneliness condition. In this case, family structure and size play an important role to the control loneliness level. When the aged family's member is more, then family interaction will more. That is why aged people will not suffer from loneliness. Besides, in which aged people's family's member is small, their interaction will decline. That is why aged suffers from the more loneliness. Therefore, it is significant at 10% level, and calculated value t value is 4.13, and tabulated t value is 3.50. My findings in the study area: 52% of the aged people belong to nuclear family, and 48% belong to joint family. The quality of the life of the aged people that depends on the family structure. It is vary from family to family and society to society. Physical health and mental health of the aged are dependent on family structure. It is found that in joint family structure, the aged people live a more satisfactory life than that in a nuclear family structure. Joint family system assures more security for the aged people than nuclear family, because in nuclear family, members are relatively more busy in their work and cannot take care. In the study, family size and loneliness are actually negatively related. The aged people have been lack of the companion in the nuclear family and spend time alone. Loneliness is a result of lack of the family association. The conclusion, therefore, the health condition of the aged people is not better. In this circumstance, some suggestion can be proposed. The medical treatment for all aged should be provided free of cost. Health facilities should be provided in every health centers. Mobile medical unit is to be arranged. Old age pension should be provided to all aged people who belong to BPL. For the all aged people who are poor, there should be some source of income. Entertainment parks should be prepared for the aged people. Finally, the local government should start helpline for the aged people, and young generation as well as the common people should be made aware of the problems of the elderly or aged peoples, increasing the awareness levels for the elderly or aged people. This is references. Thank you.
Are you finished, Biswajit?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh. So we have almost end to the session, but before summing up the session, I just want to make certain observations which I have made during the presentation of the papers. First paper was presented by Dr. Naresh Sudhameni, and I found that the paper was good. No doubt it was a good paper, but the area he has taken is a vast area, and the data do not actually reflect the school education, the impact of COVID-19 on school education properly. It was just a general paper quoting from here and there, because Telangana is a very big city and it is not possible to generalize the impact on school education by COVID. Anyway, it is good. There is scope for improvement, and the way you presented it was a nice one. The second paper by Dr. Anju Helen Bora and Sanu Prasad, the word he was pronouncing as pandemic. This is not pandemic, this is pandemic. And now the topic I find a little, what to say, hazy in the sense that the status of health service. What do you mean by the status of health service and education? Because we have not been able to show any kind of relationship between the status of health service and education during COVID-19 pandemic. But there are huge relationships between the health service and education. We have not been able to focus on the mental health issues that have been created by the hampering of education, as lockdown period or the closure of the education institutions during COVID. And there is actually a big gap in the socialization process, which actually take place in the school in an institutionalized form. There is no formal education in the school, as schools are almost closed. And you have not mentioned about the sample size. Yes, from Gaya district, but where did you conduct your field work? Because you said your work was based both on primary and secondary data, but you have not clearly mentioned where from you have collected the primary data. Secondary sources, okay. Then the other paper is, the next paper is impact of COVID-19 on higher education. In this paper, I find is quite superficial. Superficial in the sense that nowhere you have said what COVID-19 is, and nowhere you have said what you mean by higher education. You have just said higher education, but it did not specifically mention higher education, and there is a clear definition of higher education. Now, next paper, perspectives on pandemic, reimagining youth and education. And in this paper, you have taken data, both secondary and primary. Primary data you have collected in 3 rural belts. And You have not spoken about the sample size. You have not spoken about the period specifically. And you have not spoken about the age group of the people for you to data. But no doubt the paper is good. There is scope for improvement. And while talking about the target group, it should be very specific. They are gender. They are including even third gender if there is any. Then educational background, but what kind of education they are pursuing. We have just spoken arts, science, and like that. You just divided that way. Whether it is correct to divide that way or not, while giving mobile phones. Now, why was the kind of preference for this kind of students? Because this preference, causes of preferences must be specifically mentioned. Why the parents prefer the commerce students but not the arts students? So why is this preference? Is it justified to have these preferences? So these things should have been discussed in details. Now, if we come to the last paper by Biswajit Mandal, I am happy that he has clearly defined his study area. He has clearly spoken about the target group, and he has clearly talked about the health conditions of aged people, and he has clearly defined who are the aged people, what is meant by health conditions. But I find the CD block is a very big area, and how did he select that area, and why did he particular select that area for study is not clearly mentioned. To justify why he specifically selected Chakdaha CD block, so should have been mentioned, and it would have made the study very beautiful. Thank you so much, and we now invite questions on the papers. If there are any questions from the audience, please proceed. Anybody asking any question? And the paper presenters, do you want to speak anything? I want to hear anyone from you. Naresh Sudhaveni, Sanu Prasad, Salini Prasad, and Priyanka, then Biswajit. Any one of you want to speak something? You can share with us.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm Dr. Priyanka Singh. Thank you for the feedback that you have given, and I did mention I was very specific with the age group, because it's 70 to 21 college-going girls only that we had focused, and the areas that were defined. No doubt, sample size. I did miss the sample size. I did not mention it, but our study is in the primary stage, and there's a lot of work yet to be done on it. So once we're done with it, we'll be in touch with you, and we'll give you the exact data. And moreover, your
actually, it was a good paper, but
your observation regarding the preference why commerce and science and not arts over there, since we were in a constant communication with the students, and interviews were also conducted, so the observation came from the respondents themselves that arts can be done, but commerce and science, it cannot be missed, and whatever resources are available need to be diverted over there. And so we need to find out exactly what goes behind it. So again, the data and the reasons, we need to, in that case, interview the parents as well.
Yes.
So can be done regarding it. Thank you so much for your feedback, ma'am.
Because your data are primarily based on field study, and you have to justify why you have particularly selected those 3 areas for your study.
The 3, why particularly 3 areas? Yamunanagar joins, it is very near to Uttar Pradesh. Kurukshetra being near to the Punjab, and this Guwahati area being somewhere near to the NCR region. So we tried to take these three areas from different say latitudinal, longitudinal dimensions of
Yes, yes.
these states.
And if you mention it, no, that will definitely give a rosy picture of your write-up.
Definitely.
Fair point.
Yes.
Yes. And then when paper reader studies that paper or reads that paper, we must think that he is an alien. He doesn't know anything. We
Yeah.
know everything, and he will know everything from our paper.
Yes.
We should write that way. Huh?
Fine, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So we come to the end of the session. Thank you so much for being with us and for bearing with us. I wish you all best of luck and have a good day.
Ma'am, may I say something?
Yes,
Ma'am,
yes.
this is Sonu
Yes.
Prasad here. Yeah. First of all,
Yeah.
thank you for your valuable comments. The one thing that I would like to clarify that actually my objective was to assess the impact of health delivery systems only. Like the health delivery system is existing in Bihar, how they impacted after COVID came. So that's why I have mentioned a slide that the impacted services, how the services were
No, it is
hindered.
okay, but you should be little, clear in your expressions. Do you
Yeah,
get my point? What you want to convey, it should be precise and clear and understandable to the readers or the audience. That is my point.
Yeah, ma'am.
I am not finding fault with your papers.
Yeah, ma'am.
Just
Thank
try
you,
to
ma'am.
understand that. Huh?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
You will find faults in my papers also. If I present something, you will be able to point out to lots of mistakes to my sayings also. It is to err is human. So
Yeah, ma'am,
I'm
can
not
understand.
blaming you, and I am not finding faults. But what I have felt, I have just communicated to you.
Yeah,
Don't
ma'am.
feel,
Thank you. I can
don't
understand.
feel bad because I am not here to hurt you. I am here to help you. And so,
I know. I know, ma'am.
nice talking to you. Thank you
Yeah,
so
thank
much.
you, ma'am.
I will end the session here.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
So thank you everyone for joining patiently the first technical session. So there will be a short break and we shall join at 3:25, at sharp 3:25, and our next technical session will start from 3:30 to 5 p.m. There are total 4 number of papers, and Dr. M.K. Srivastava from NIRDPR, he will be the chairperson and moderator of this of the upcoming technical session too. So I think we can wind up as of now. Okay, then we are meeting again at 3:25. Bye. Hello, am I audible? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So our next technical session will start from 3:30. The chairperson, Dr. M.K. Srivastava, will join shortly. So there are 4 papers. The first one is by Dr. D. Ghosh and Deepraj Chakravarti. So already we have received the first one. The second paper is by Dr. Devika Ekpam and Pinky Barua. Devika ma'am, are you here? Have you joined? Okay, they have not. Dr. Devika have not joined yet. And Dr. N. Deepa.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I'm there.
Yeah, ma'am, have you sent your PowerPoint? Yes, you have also sent.
Yeah.
We got it. And then Upashana Das. Upashana, are you here? I think Upashana has not joined yet. Okay, we shall get their PowerPoint, no issue. So kindly wait for a while. Dr. Srivastava is about to join. Dr. Munshi, are you here?
Yes, I am here.
Yeah, sir. Have you taken your lunch?
Yes, I have had.
Okay. Actually, being an organizer, we were supposed to provide this lunch, but due to this pandemic, nothing, we can't do anything. But next time, obviously, whenever we shall organize such conference in offline mode, we shall be happy to host you all at our place. Srivastava sir has joined. Sir, we are
always
for you.
welcome. In fact, we are also missing the good lunch with you.
Yes, sir. That is what I am saying.
Because of the pandemic, we are also missing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because we
Yes,
want.
Sir. And the next time, next time we shall provide the lunch with interest rate.
I always miss all these things. When people comes to us, we'll get some get together coordination.
Right, sir.
And some academic discussion over lunch, over tea, but all we are missing.
Right. Now,
So
already I got
situation will improve. We will do this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Already, by the way, already I got dawat from Dr. Munshi.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll invite you, sir, here in Guwahati. Don't worry.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
So, sir, our presenters are ready with their PowerPoint presentation. So I
have finished my session on village development plan to Shillong. I was in session.
Okay. So it was a hectic day for you, sir.
Yes. Always happen.
Anyway. So we can go ahead,
because the online engagement has increased because
yes, sir.
You can do more work sitting in your own room.
Yes, sir. That's right. And now, a few days back, I have seen that NIRD Hyderabad, they are organizing offline training program on mushroom cultivation, and I was just shocking. Mushroom cultivation, that too online. Anyway, we have to find out alternative ways and means with changing time. So
but
anyway,
some of the things must be physical, but it was planned and maybe some sponsored program. That's why we have organized it. Otherwise, very difficult.
Yes, sir. So anyway, sir, I think we can go ahead with the technical session too.
Yes,
so
all the presenters are available.
Yes, all the presenters are available, sir. Now it's over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Mrinalji, to giving me the chance. And Munshi sir, to thinking that I can handle the session. So that's why you have given the chance. And thank you, Assam Downtown University, and under the leadership of all these seniors. and present leader is our Mrinalji. So first of all, I'll go by one as per the list. So I'll invite Dr. D. Ghosh and Deep Raj Chakravarti. And your topic is efficacy of online education as a new norm and study on the view of the students of Premier College in Silchar. So it's now over to you. And I'll request all the other participants and dignitaries, if you have questions, kindly note down. We'll take up all questions at the end of the all presentation. So now, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. A very good evening to all of you, respected chairperson, sir. So myself, Deepra Chakravarti, we have prepared a paper that is related to efficacy of online education. And I am a research scholar in Assam University, Silchar. I am doing my PhD under Dr. D. Ghosh. He happens to be the co-author of this paper. So without wasting much time, I shall straight away go to the slides. So, am I sharing it, sir? Is it visible?
First, you click present now. Then use entire screen. When the next pop-up will come, you click the main screen.
Okay.
And open the PPT.
Okay.
In the right side, Deep Rajji, there is a present now.
Yes, sir. So I believe now the slides are visible.
Yes, it has started. It has come. It has come. And now put into the presentation mode. In the bar, there is a PPT mode, presentation mode, na?
Yes.
Where it is some percentage of the battery is showing, na?
Or Dr. Chakravarti, yes, you can do one thing. Keep it as it is. Just increase the size. Now it's showing 68%. Make it 80%.
I think now it will be visible, sir.
No, sir. It's 68% in the.
Okay.
Just make it 80%.
Okay, just a minute.
Look at the bottom.
You press. Look at the right hand side.
Look at the right bottom.
Right hand side. Right. Go to the right hand
Okay.
side.
Okay.
Yes. Make it 80%.
Go right hand side. Yeah.
Okay.
No, sir. Reduce
80%. 80%.
Yes.
80%, sir.
Go ahead.
Bas. Excellent. Please go ahead, sir.
So this is the topic that is related to efficacy of online education as a new norm, a study on the views of the students of premier colleges. Now, let me tell you that the COVID-19 pandemic has taken a toll on the economy of almost all the countries. So there has been many layoffs in many companies. But apart from the negative side of it, it has also given us many perspectives. For example, there has been new nomenclatures that has been coined. For example, work from home, online education, webinars. These are the byproducts of such discoveries. So, although these discoveries have come up, but there have always been critical appraisal, and there have been sporadic views regarding the efficacy of the new ways of working. So this study has been conducted to delve into the efficacy of online education, which is imparted to the college-going students. So the conceptualization of imparting the online education has surfaced long ago, but it is mainly due to COVID-19 pandemic that has accentuated the need of it. Now the study had collected responses from college-going students from 3 premier colleges of Silchar, which are affiliated under the Assam University. So basically, how did we actually go about the study was that first of all, we had to select some of the colleges, because there are 72 colleges which are affiliated under Assam University. So we first of all had to select 3 colleges amongst the 72. Then we had selected the streams from these colleges. So the streams are mainly science, arts, and commerce. Now, the problem that we encountered, and basically the research, endeavors to find an answer to that, is what is the perception of the students regarding the efficacy of online education across the three different streams. As I have told you, the three different streams, as I have mentioned, and what is the perception of the students regarding the online education across the colleges. So, of course, the research claims to be of high value for the policymaker, because as I have told you that the COVID-19 has also given a new perspective. So whether this can be used, online education, whether it can be used as a support for the physical form of education, or whether it will be detrimental in substituting the physical form of education completely, is something that we need to look at. So I have also mentioned that there are stray responses, opinions from the people regarding the efficacy of online education and the other new patterns of work. But the research tries to shape the responses of the respondents and put forth a outcome which would facilitate the policymaker with regard to online education. So at the same time, this would also recast the efficacy of online education during the pandemic period. Now we had to contemplate a lot regarding what should be the scope of the study. Now the study included only the college-going students. The main reason behind including the college-going students and not the secondary students or the postgraduate student is that the college-going students are the most vulnerable group of students, because the school-going students generally remain under the radar of the guardians. The guardians would be, regulating the studies of the school-going students. The postgraduate students or the students that go to the universities are very much career-centric, and they would rather prepare on their own, not relying largely to the classes. I mean, the classes are considered to be a support to their preparation. But the most vulnerable are the college-going students. The different streams that they choose after passing out from school could be a challenge. So the study denied also the technical superiority of online platform for rendering the education. This is mainly because of the fact that there have been many online platforms. So we had denied considering the technical superiority of the different platforms. Rather, we were more focused on studying the efficacy of online education as a whole. So coming to the next slide. Now, one of the limitations that the research suffered was the limitation related to time and space. So, the generalization of the results of the research beyond the region could be misleading and has to be done with utter reservation. At the same time, the research was conducive to elicit the time the time in which the research was conducted was conducive to elicit the appropriate responses. Now, with the graduation of time, with the passage of time, there would be, the teachers as well as the students would get more equipped to the use of online education. So the responses may vary or might have varied if it had been conducted after a few, after 1 or 2 years. So this is one of the limitations of the research. And another limitation, as I have told you, that the research is also jeopardized with the possibility of response bias. This is mainly because of the fact that some of the students or teachers might be better equipped to use the technology, and therefore the response might be unduly skewed. Some of the, if the teachers or the students are better equipped to it, they will render a positive response. If not, then they can, render some negative response also. Anyways, so the objectives is basically a translation of what the research problem was. That is to assess the perception of the students regarding the efficacy of online education across different streams. I have mentioned the streams also. And to assess the perception of the students regarding the efficacy of online education across the 3 different colleges that have been selected. So now coming to the research methodology. Now here also we had to spend a lot of time in designing the research. First of all, let me tell you that the research is, the sampling is clustered in nature. Cluster sampling is being applied. Now the reason behind applying cluster sampling is that there are many colleges under Assam University. So the primary units or the first set of selection that has been made was regarding the colleges. The 3 colleges were chosen. One is Gurucharan College, Kachar College, and Radhamadhav College. The second set of selection was related to the students, was related to the streams. So the study chose 3 streams: science, commerce, and arts. Now, what the study did was, from each stream, the study selected 25 students. This is basically a sampling plan so that we can arrive at a number. Now, selecting 25 students from each stream amounted to 75 students for a particular college, and 25 for each stream. Now, there was a structured interview which was conducted, and responses were collected from the students. So the structured questionnaire was formulated, and the attainment of the objectives of the research called for comparisons across different colleges and across different streams. So since there were more than 2 colleges and 2 streams, therefore ANOVA was considered to be the most appropriate statistical tool. Of course, had we got more data, we could have used another statistical tool also. But taking into consideration the limitation, ANOVA was used as a tool, statistical tool for the analysis of the research. Now, of course, you all can understand that the research was basically about comparing 3 different streams and 3 different educational institutions. So the first hypothesis was that there is no significant difference in the perception of the students regarding the efficacy of online education across the different educational institutions. Now, if you can please pay focus on the data which is collected to the test the hypotheses. These were the statements which were provided to the students, and the number that you see in each of the cell, this number basically is referring to the positive response given by the students. Now, of course, you can understand that since there are 75 students in Gurucharan College, as I have told you, that there were 25 students selected from each stream. So for a particular college, there are 75. So you can understand this 64 indicates that 64 students conform to this statements. Similarly, all the other all the other numbers also show the same thing. Now, there was analysis of ANOVA which was conducted. The results of the ANOVA is shown in this particular table. Now, from this table, of course, you can understand that the hypothesis needs to be rejected, because the calculated value of F test, which is used to study the which is used for ANOVA, the calculated value is coming out to be more than the tabulated value, so the hypothesis needs to be rejected. So when the hypothesis gets rejected, there are also some interpretation about the results. The interpretation would be that the responses of the students are inclined towards a particular statement, and at the same time, the responses of the students for a particular college would outnumber the other colleges. Now, to evaluate the dominance of a particular statement amongst the different statements and the responses of the college that varies significantly as compared to the other colleges, the total of the responses were being assessed. Now, among the statements, it was discovered that space convenience of the students was considered to be the factor for which they would prefer online mode of education now, or online mode of learning. Now, what actually space convenience means? Space convenience means that the students would value the convenience that they derive in accessing the online education in any place wherever they stay. So there is no need to assemble the students at a common place. Centrally, from a particular place, you can regulate or you can conduct the classes. So at the same time, the flexibility associated with the time has also been valued by the learners greatly, assigning the fact that the lectures over the video can be recorded and availed at a time convenient for the learner. So this estimates the need of the learner to access the classes within a time frame only. So while assessing the total number of scores for the different college, it is found that Gurucharan College secures the highest score, which basically means that there is a greater acceptability amongst the students of Gurucharan College in comparison to the other colleges regarding the online education to other colleges. So Then coming to the next slide. Now, interpretation of the comparisons across different streams. So it is being found that the research assessed the total of the responses of the students to discover which stream of students has a positive perception regarding the efficacy of online education. Now, it has been observed that greater score is secured by students belonging from science stream. At the same time, the lowest score is being secured by the students belonging from the arts stream. Now, this observation regarding the scores secured for the statements also highlight that the fact that the value associated by students for the flexibility provided regarding time and space in using the online education is valued much by the students across 3 different streams. So the study had basically aimed to portray a clearer picture regarding the efficacy of online education as perceived by the students for different streams and for different colleges. Now, it has been discovered that there is a greater acceptance amongst the students of Gurucharan College towards online education. Now, in probing into the different streams, it has been discovered that the science stream has a greater acceptance. The reason can be attributed over here is that probably the students from science have better equipped to use the technology in comparison to the other streams. That may be a reason, although we did not delve into it. So it is also discovered that the convenience related to time and space is the science greater importance in availing the online education by the students across the different streams and the colleges. So by this we end our presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience to listen to the discussion, and I would appreciate and we will be glad if I can if anyone has any queries, we can solve or we can answer to the queries. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Deepraj.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so thank you. You have presented well. Anna. Your presentation was very good.
Okay.
And now we'll move to the second presentation. We'll take up all the questions at the end. The second presentation. Second presentation by Dr. Devika Ayakpam and Dr. Pinky Barua. Are you ready?
Yes, sir, we are ready.
COVID-19 on education, findings from the student of primary school in rural Assam.
Please.
So, ma'am, over to you.
Okay,
Yes, good.
thank you, sir. Is my screen visible?
Yes. Can you put into the presentation mode, ma'am? There. Putting slide in presentation mode is very easy, very good. Yes, ma'am. It looks nice, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. A very good afternoon to all present here and our respected chairperson. And today we are going to give a presentation on the topic entitled Impact of COVID-19 on Education, Findings from Students of Primary Schools in Rural Assam. First introduction, as we have already seen that the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic can be seen in all sections of our society and life, and the ramifications can also be seen in all segments of society, including education, which is one of the major institutions of our life. And according to the mandates and the protocols and the rules and regulations provided by the governments of various countries and the World Health Organizations, it led to the maintenance of the social distancing, because of which lead to the closing of the educational institutions, affecting many students all across the globe. So here, because of which also the government of Assam also shut down the educational institutions in the month of March 2020, shifting their physical classes to online learning classes. Objective of the study. The objective is to study, to find out the challenges faced by the students of primary schools in rural areas of Assam during COVID-19 pandemic. And here I would like to mention that the primary education is one of the most important and basic right for every child, which is important for every children and every human being, which has to be provided. And according to the various governments of various countries, it has been given as the right for right to education. Even the government of India has also provided right to free and compulsory education for all. So here we would like to find out the challenges that are being faced by the students of the primary schools in rural areas of Assam, especially when they are shifting from the physical classes to the online classes. Next universe of the study, Assam is one of the 8 states of the Northeast India, and according to 2011 census, the total population of Assam is 3.12 crores, where 85.90% belongs to rural areas, and the average literacy rate of rural areas is 69.34%. And the present study is conducted in the rural areas of Assam. And here I would like to mention that because of the problems that are existing in the rural areas, like the problems of poverty, lack of infrastructure, lack of better facilities, also makes provide as a challenges to the students who are going to the, especially who are going to the primary schools. So we are going to focus especially on the primary school going children. Methods and methodology. The present study is mainly exploratory in nature, and the interview schedule was prepared and was also used and is based on qualitative research. And in-depth and telephonic interviews are also used to collect information or data from the purposefully selected students in order to maintain social distance due to COVID-19. And apart from the primary data, we have also collected secondary data from the reviews of relevant literatures, books, newspapers, and e-resources, etc. And now we have come to the findings and discussion of our paper, which is going to be continued by my co-presenter, Dr. Pinky Barwa.
Thank you, Rita. So here we'll discuss findings from the field, and here are the findings. The students of the primary classes from the rural areas of Assam encountered many challenges in getting access to the education using online.
Ma'am, can you be little bit louder or close to your mic, ma'am?
Yes, sure. Now,
yes.
Okay. So here I just want to share that it is not possible in the short period to take a survey of the primary schools of the rural areas of entire Assam. So we have particularly picking from the lower Assam, lower rural areas of Assam. So we have found that the device accessibility, that the students face the challenges of non-availability of the mobile and electric gadgets, that computer, desktop, and laptops, and they were not able to use the devices, being digital illiterate. And after some months during this COVID-19 only, they have come to use how they can use smartphone for class and all, and they also started using laptops for this online platforms. So the students, they have started during those days only. Then second is internet connectivity. Since the work is basically field work is on the rural areas of Assam, so we have seen the students actually they are not fully aware of internet and the use of internet, especially that they can have online classes, something like that. So during this period only, Corona period only, we came to know that online also they can have classes and they can be in touch with their teachers. So this is also another case. They were actually we are not aware of internet in the use of education. Then second is the internet pack expenditure on daily basis and the monthly basis, as they are also poor and they are also illiterate. What pack they have to go for monthly basis and for daily basis, so that they can go for online classes. So this is also another cause and lastly in this internet connectivity, that is the poor connectivity in the the rural areas. The connectivity is also not stable, which also hampered the classes if attending the online classes. Then the medium of and also electricity problem is also there in the rural area. That is also another issue with the internet connectivity. Then the fourth one, medium of communication. The teachers only they are using the WhatsApp only. That is the only convenient way the teachers are communicating means, and they are sharing information on the schools regarding regarding the examinations and all. Through WhatsApp only they are communicating with the students, and they are sharing learning materials through the WhatsApp only. So that is. And next is the struggle for parents. The family actually in Central, we have found that family are basically belongs to poor financial background and who couldn't afford actually smartphones. And we have found that in one home there is only one cell phone, and it is not smartphone also sometimes. For education, students' education, they have to buy a smartphone actually, and they bought a smartphone for their children. If they have 2-3 children, they have to share with one smartphone only. So this is also another case we have found. So this is all actually giving online classes also lack of technological knowledge become one of the major hurdles faced by the students. And then lastly is the poor attendance. So we can see that the being at home, some of the students they started involving in the household goals, since in the rural areas, and they are putting their education to the online classes as secondary. So this is also hampers students in their learning process. So, coming to the conclusion, it is found that COVID-19 has affected a large number of students across the states, irrespective of class, caste, gender, and region. And also study explains how the shift to the online mode of education during the pandemic turned as boom and sometimes banned also for the students, especially those who are actually living in the remote and the rural areas. And also it is seen that not only in Assam, entire India is Indian education system is actually affected by this COVID-19. And also it is said that it has changed the education scenario in Assam.
Can you go to your methodology slide? Ma'am, can you go to your methodology slide?
Sure. Yeah, yes, sir. Hello?
Yes, just I'm reading it.
Oh, yes, sir. This is the methods and methodology slide.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, of course, we'll take up some questions on your presentation at the end of the this all presentation. And now I'll invite Dr. NIRDPR. And topic is that impact of COVID-19 on e-learning at University College of Southern State of Assam of India. Are you online?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon,
Dr.
sir.
Dr. NIRDPR?
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. I'm Dr. NIRDPR. Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Thank you
yes,
for giving me this opportunity.
welcome and go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Just give me a few minutes. Good afternoon, all. I think my screen is visible to all.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. First of all, I would like to thank the management for giving me this opportunity. And I'm Dr. Deepa from Degree College, Social Welfare Degree College, Warangal, which stands at Telangana State, sir. And my main study is based on the perception of the teachers. That is the impact of COVID-19 on the e-learning at University College of Southern States. So here the basic idea is, all of a sudden we all have to transform ourselves from the online mode to offline to online mode, which made us compulsion to each and every corner of India and as well as worldwide. The main idea of this study is to see how far the teaching fraternity, maybe it is private or public undertaking or private or semi-structured school level, degree, colleges, university level, how far it has affected the teaching fraternity and how they are able to reach to these students which are being totally in unlearned stage. They are totally on roads. They are not having their continuous education since from 1 year because of this virus virus what is going on right now. Excuse me, am I audible, sir?
Yes, 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 audible.
Yeah. So this idea I got through few of my colleagues when I was interacting with my colleagues. I have come to know that there is a lot of gap between the private and public undertaking, and I come from the public sector. My institution is from Telangana Social Welfare Residential College for Women, and this institution is specially for the marginalized section of women, that too degree colleges. They are been introduced in 2016. The main idea for introducing this college is to minimize, to see that their marriage age group get expanded. Instead of getting marriage after immediately the 10th or intermediate, if we introduce a degree college as well as PG college, they can continue their education. But due to this lockdown, there has been a lot of disturbance in their lifestyle as well as the teachers are unable to reach them. It is a residential institution where we used to have a monitor of them regularly 24/7. They used to be with us. So based on this, I have developed this paper, sir. There is nothing like a brief introduction I have given about this, what is the idea behind developing this paper. And the objective of my paper is to understand the concept of e-learning in Southern region university colleges in India, where I am going to study the detailed demographic profile of the teaching fraternity. And next is to study the impact of COVID-19 on e-learning in Southern region university colleges of India. And the methodology what I have taken here is, it is through Google Forms. So this is digital mode I have collected, and I have taken a questionnaire through Google Sheets, which I have given to all my teaching fraternity from the same social welfare institution. I have distributed 50 faculty from social welfare and the private affiliated university college, Loyola Chennai, where I have given them also the sample respondent are 50. And after getting the information, I try to go through the complete demographic profile of the teachers. What is the different location and what is the different norms in private as well as the public, and where they are getting demarcated. I try to study all this, sir. And hello? Hello?
Go
Hello?
ahead. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
So it's complete analysis of demographic profile of the teachers. Like 50% of the teachers are from age group of 41 to 50, and 68% are male teachers and 32 are female teachers. And 72 teachers said that they haven't conducted online classes before this lockdown, before this pandemic. All of a sudden, they have to transform themselves to this mode of teaching to reach the students, where a lot of unlearning was going on. Then 60% of teachers use Zoom app for teaching online classes, which was a very convenient mode of teaching. Just now, as Srivastava sir was telling, I just now completed one of my session. So this has become a very easy mode of reaching. But as a faculty, when you are you able to reach to the community where you want to address? This has become a major hindrance in this study. And 68% of teachers are of the opinion that the Zoom app is most convenient. So this is all a demographic profile and what all I have studied with the help of the two institutions, that is Loyola Chennai and our institution, social residential institutions. And after taking the teachers' perception about what is the level of satisfaction with online teaching? Both it is from the Loyola Chennai as well as social residential institution. I could not get the proper answers for this because they were telling we are not at all sure about this because our institutions are forcing us to have online classes. They have given us some through some apps we were doing, and some institutions are like in Loyola Chennai, they have introduced a Teams app also. They were doing very well there. But coming to our institutions, what is a major challenge we were facing is that even though we are being continuously taking classes, the people are from marginalized sections, girls mostly. They are from this institution is meant for girls. They are marginalized section people. They used to, during this lockdown period, they used to help their parents, their siblings, and they are mostly agricultural based society. They used to go for cultivation, harvesting, all this act, which was having a positive growth, was agriculture sector, and they could not come to the classes because of this. So what happened during that time, our secretary sir has come out with a beautiful ideology. Like we faculty were teaching in as we have a national channel, Doordarshan channel, we started our teaching classes in TSAT and Yadagiri. Like the students who are not able to reach to this online classes, we were very well there on these channels. Whenever they want, they can click on this chapter and lesson and they can continue, so that the learning was on continuous basis. There was no problem with this introduction of this type of mode of education to the people. And as well as we in our society, we also introduced village learning centers. Like the people, like fifth class student will be teaching first class, or degree student will be teaching 10th class, and junior colleges. It was also very successfully running in Telangana state. So based on all this personal experience, I try to develop this, and it is under construction. I need your suggestions to develop more on this. And next, coming to the impact of this online teaching was on teaching community was that like providing gender equality. They all said that it is highly positive. 80% of the respondents said that it is highly positive. And improving quality of education, 90% accepted on this, because we whether we are reaching or not, it is not the thing, but we learn so many skills, online skills, within a short period of span. We have come to know what is the different apps we are having. Like it may be Zoom, it may be WebEx, it may be Google Meet, it may be Teams. So we have to learn to reach to student, and we learned also, we improved our skills also. I feel that the impact on the teaching community is very positive, but finally it should reach to the students. To reach students, we need to bring out so many channels to, so that it will reach to students on properly on time. So this is all about my study, and I would like to conclude by saying that we are always in reach to students with so many modes. Like as I told you initially, like we are running VLCs, we are running Yadagiri channel, we are running TSAT. These are our government channels where the student can come after the work and get the classes whenever she is in requirement. So finally, I would like to conclude that the teacher showed a great readiness and positive intention towards the use of technology during lockdown, and the availability of internet connectivity is there for students of urban areas better than rural areas. Then the teacher is ready to reach to the rural areas by going to the Panchayati offices, where there will be a community center. All the students will be called, and teacher will be teaching them. Per day, one faculty is allotted to go to the Panchayat office, nearby village centers, and teach the students. So these are the conclusions of my study, sir. And still it is under construction only. It is all the field experience I have put in this paper, sir. Thank you, and I need your valuable suggestions.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your nice presentation. And you have collected a lot of things. Of course, there is a need to analyze those data.
Yes.
So,
Yes, sir.
of course, we'll take a question at the end. So now we'll move to the next, ma'am. Please.
Thank you, sir.
And last presentation of this today's last session, that is Rajgun Handik and Upasna Das. And the title of paper is E-Learning in Times of Pandemic, a Reality or Far Reading Dream, a study conducted in Assam, India. Please.
Good afternoon, sir.
So Rajgun Handik and Upasna Dasji present. Upasna, you will present?
Yes, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, welcome, please.
Hello, sir.
Welcome.
Yes, good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon to everyone present here. Myself,
Can you, ma'am, can you use either some phone or can you come close to the mic?
Okay, sir. So,
Or
am I
speak some
audible
louder.
now?
Or speak louder. We are not hearing you properly.
Yes, sir. And do you have presentation or you will speak only?
No, sir. I have my presentation.
Can you upload, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please, please.
Sir, is my screen visible?
No. Just you go to the right side that is present now. Click there. You share your entire screen. Then click in the middle of the screen. Then share button will be get blue. You click that and then open the PPT. Now it is coming.
Yes, sir.
Yes, good. You put your slide presentation mode.
Yes, sir. Sir, is it visible now?
Yes.
Okay, sir. So myself, Upasna Das. I am a doctoral scholar from Assam University. Today, I'm going to present my dissertation project, which is e-learning in times of pandemic, a reality of our reading dream, a study conducted in Assam, guided by Rajgun Hendik sir, assistant professor, Assam University.
Yes.
So, starting with my paper, we are all aware of the technological revolution that has taken place and revolutionized the world and our daily lives. Among the various sectors that have been benefited from the early adoption of technology, education has been an active front runner. Online learning, or what we call e-learning, has become very popular as it is instantly accessible and offers flexibility, especially in times of crisis. Pandemics are one of such crises. While the corona crisis is shutting down societies, costing lives, great economic losses, a great battle around how we should understand, interpret, and explain the crisis is currently unfolding. As lockdowns continue throughout the world, the educational institutions have been shut down, owing to the dangers of spread of the deadly virus. But work does not stop. We can see that educational technology, or EdTech, is the need of the hour. From being a far-fetched reality that we were earlier trying to achieve, digitalization of the curriculum and the complete reliance on it have now turned into only viable option for teaching and learning. It's great to see how the students and the educators have adopted various platforms via which they can stay connected and conduct classes online. However, only a handful of private institutions could adopt to the online teaching methods. The low-income private government schools counterparts, on the other hand, had to be shut down for not having solutions to e-learning. In a state like Assam, the vast inequalities of opportunities exist. Rural areas where education is still a looming darkness. Many children do not even have desks, booths, internet connectivity, a laptop, or supportive parents. The difference in opportunities to expand and cause other crises to have an even larger negative effect on children. The perfection and improvement of connectivity is another area of concern. There are noises about understanding the discriminated socio-economic backdrop of students and how educational institutions should be receptive, deliver education in a way that is reasonable and unbiased. Suddenly, the discussions at all the institutions has taken an elitist bias with problematic assumptions. It seems that all the students can suddenly have laptops or cell phones that are smart enough for capabilities of e-learning program. That is not true. Even if this were to happen, some students who have returned to their home, there is no electricity, and we do not know the challenges we have with the connectivity. Also, India is a nation of diverse languages, cultures, customs, and ideas. Designing a platform catering to my regional language is quite a challenging task, though there are numerous e-learning platforms which support extensively spoken languages both in English and Hindi, while a very limited sections of the learners are benefited by such initiatives. Delivering quality education is the major challenge. Needless to say, the crisis has transformed the old chalk-talk teaching model to one driven by technology. The disruption in the delivery of quality education is pushing policymakers to figure out how to drive engagement while ensuring inclusive e-learning solutions and tackling digital divide. The objectives of my research study are to know about the extent up to which e-learning has been beneficial for the students, to know about the challenges faced due to shifting of regular classes to virtual classrooms, to know if the students would like to go digital in near future or stick to traditional learning method. The methodology used. There are two main approaches to research used in the study. They are quantitative approach and qualitative approach. The study is descriptive and exploratory in nature. In the present study, a sample of 100 students from the higher education institute with the help of purposive sampling technique is used for the selection of sample. A self-made questionnaire was used for the collection of the data, and secondary sources like books and magazines. The major findings of my paper were that the abrupt transition to online hardly compensates for the absence of the classroom experience. The researcher also found out that the enthusiasm for e-learning technologies is limited for those who do not have the skills to use the technology, think it more cumbersome than traditional tools, or simply prefer human interaction provided in instructor-led training and learning. The researcher also found out that both the instructor and learner are technologically challenged and lack digital skills. It was found that internet has been the biggest challenge to implement the new education model. Also, there are three pertinent issues in this whole effort of online education and schemes that need serious consideration. First of all, it was an exacerbation of inequality. 2, the pedagogical issues leading to bad quality education, and 3, an unwarranted trust on online education post-COVID-19. Some of the suggestions which I have put, which if implemented could be the present scenario could be developed. They were online education should not make the learning process a burden to anyone. Enjoying education is the only way to yield good results in life. In my opinion, e-learning in a country like India is not very inclusive of all the sections of the students. While India is still trying to attain digitalization all over, internet facilities are yet not available for people belonging to economically weaker sections. Coming up with the new ideas to survive times like this will ensure evolution. The assumption that every household possess a proper device and a stable internet connection can worsen the existing class gap. Only if the government takes up homogeneous policies like providing good internet connections all over the country, and that too for a minimum rate, the process of online education can be a success. Crisis has been always bringing light to flaws in the system designs that otherwise go unnoticed. With every crisis comes deep challenges and opportunities for transformation.